Mm. Yeah. The road will twist before you. The weather will change its face. There will be nights of doubt and fear, and days you lose your pace. People will offer shortcuts. They'll tell you to let it go. They'll say your dream is too far away, or moving much too slow. And honestly, there'll be moments when you wanna walk away. Trade your vision for comfort and choose an easier way. But remember why you started. Remember what you saw before the world filled your head with reasons to withdraw. Don't change what you're aiming for when the climb becomes steep. The mountain doesn't move away just because the path gets steep. Hold on to your direction, even when the wind blows hard. The dream that lives within your heart is your guiding star. I remember standing tired with failure at my side, watching others change direction as they drifted with the tide. For a moment I was tempted to lower my sights a little more, to trade a life of purpose for something easier to endure. But deep inside I knew the dream was still alive, and abandoning it then would hurt more than the climb. Because goals are not abandoned only because they're far. The distance doesn't matter when you know who you are. The river bends around the rocks, but still finds its way to sea. It changes how it travels, not what it's meant to be. And maybe that's the lesson for dreamers everywhere. You can change your methods, but not the reason you're there. Learn new ways of growing, find different roads to take. Adjust your plans when needed, but don't let your purpose break. Honestly, the people we admire are not those who never fall. They're the ones who keep their vision through the hardest storms of all. The ones who stay committed when nobody believes. The ones who keep on building long before success is seen. Because greatness isn't talent and it isn't luck alone. It's the courage to keep pursuing a dream you've always known. One more step tomorrow, one more sunrise to chase, one more reason to keep moving through every challenge you face. So if the world grows noisy and doubt fills up the sky, return to the dream inside you, and remember why you try. Because the path may change 100 times, the strategy may too, but never change the thing you truly want to become. Keep your eyes on the dream and let the dream guide you home. If I could tell the world one thing, one truth before I'm gone, it wouldn't be about success or where you should belong. It wouldn't be about being perfect or always getting it right. It would be about the courage to keep showing up and fight. deep within the soul. Put your heart into it and keep moving toward the light. The road may test your spirit, but don't give up the fight, because more is possible than you may realize today. The heart that keeps believing will always find a way. I remember feeling powerless, thinking I was far behind, looking at the distance instead of what was mine. But every small step mattered, every lesson, every scar, every moment I kept going brought me closer than I thought. I was the strongest people I've ever known. We're not the most gifted ones, they were the ones who kept on trying long after others were done. The ones who worked in silence when nobody could see, the ones who trusted effort more than certainty. Because talent may open the door, but dedication keeps it open wide. And the fire inside your heart can carry you through the night. Honestly, the world is changed by ordinary people who decide to give everything they have to the dream they hold inside. Teacher changing one life, an artist touching a soul, a dreamer building something new, piece by piece toward a goal. Great things don't begin with greatness, they begin with a choice to keep believing in your own voice, a choice to keep working when results are nowhere near, a choice to move forward despite uncertainty and fear. So if you're listening now and wondering if you can, remember this simple truth before you make your plans. You are capable of more than your doubts would have you believe, and the future belongs to people who refuse to stop and leave. Give your heart completely, give your effort every day, and even if the journey's long, don't turn away. Miracles often look like years of unseen work, and dreams become reality for those who know their worth. So this is my message to every soul beneath the sky. Work hard, love deeply, believe greatly, and put your whole heart into what you do. Because when you do, there is almost nothing you cannot achieve. I used to point my finger at everything around, waiting for the world to shift, waiting for love to be found. I said people never listen, nothing ever changes here. But all my words meant nothing while I stood frozen in fear. Because complaining feels easier than becoming something new. It's easier to demand change than live the truth. to become the light. Transformation starts the moment you decide to fight. I wanted people kinder while bitterness lived in me. Wanted honesty from others while hiding what I feel deeply. Wanted love and understanding without learning how to give. Wanted peace surrounding me while anger shaped the way I lived. And one day it hit me quietly, like thunder without sound. The change I kept demanding had to start from my own ground. Because people mirror energy more than they mirror words, and actions echo louder than speeches ever heard. If you want the world to soften, show gentleness first. If you want more honesty, speak your own truth first. If you want somebody braver, stand against your fear. The strongest transformations begin right here. History never changed because people stayed still. It changed because somebody chose to move against the will. Someone chose compassion in a world addicted to pride. Someone chose forgiveness when revenge felt justified. Someone chose to stand up before anyone agreed, and became the living proof of what the world could be. That's how change is born, not through waiting endlessly, but through one soul deciding. This begins with me. I know it feels frustrating, watching people stay the same, watching hate repeat itself like an endless flame. But fire spreads slowly from a single spark, and even one honest heart can light up the dark. So I'll stop asking others to become what I avoid. I'll become the example before making noise. Because leadership isn't power or controlling every soul. It's carrying a vision strong enough to pull. And maybe the deepest influence doesn't shout or force. Maybe real transformation begins through quiet course, through consistency, through living what you say, through becoming the reason someone else finds their way. If you want the world to heal, heal something in yourself. If you want more love around you, learn to give it first. Because the future changes slowly, one decision at a time, and every revolution begins inside a human mind. So I'll become the movement instead of waiting endlessly. Because the change I wanna see starts breathing inside me. I used to think words vanished, the moment they were said, like smoke disappearing quietly into the air instead. But some sentences stay forever, long after voices fade, living deep inside someone, like scars that never change. A single phrase can lift you, a single phrase can break, and people rarely realize the weight their language makes. Words are like equations, careful how you use them, because one drop of darkness can change the whole conclusion. You can build somebody up for years, help them slowly shine, but one cruel moment spoken wrong can poison all the light. I remember compliments that carried me through pain, and I remember sharper words that still echo in my brain. Funny how the human heart remembers certain tones, not because they were loud, but because they touched the soul. A careless joke at midnight, a sentence said in rage, can become somebody's mirror for the rest of their days. That's why kindness matters, even in passing by, because you never know what battle hides behind their eyes. Words are like equations, every piece affects the end, and negativity multiplies faster than we comprehend. You can speak with brilliance, with wisdom, charm, and grace, but if cruelty enters at the end, it stains the whole exchange. I've seen beautiful relationships destroyed by reckless speech, not because love disappeared, but because wounds cut too deep. People survive hard moments, people survive mistakes, but humiliation spoken sharply can become a lifelong ache. And honestly, it scares me how easy it can be to change another person's world without intending to mean it deeply. Because language carries energy far beyond the sound, and hearts absorb emotion even when no one's around. The strongest people I've known spoke carefully with care, not because they were weak, but because they understood despair. They know every conversation leaves something behind, either warmth that helps healing or poison in the mind. Oh, words are like equations, what you add becomes the whole, and bitterness repeated often slowly darkens souls. Ooh. So I wanna speak with purpose, even when I'm hurt, not using anger carelessly, just because it bursts. Because one gentle sentence can help somebody breathe, and one hateful moment can make somebody bleed. Maybe true maturity is learning how to pause before turning temporary anger into permanent scars. Because once a word is spoken, you can't fully take it back, and even apologies sometimes can't erase the cracks. So I'll choose my language carefully, like every sentence matters, Because human hearts are fragile things, even when they don't completely shatter. And maybe the deepest kindness a person can become is someone whose words leave light long after they are gone. I used to fear the falling more than I loved the climb. Afraid one wrong decision would waste my precious time. Every mistake felt final, every setback felt like proof that maybe I wasn't strong enough to chase the things I choose. So I stood at the edge of dreaming, too afraid to take the leap, watching opportunities vanish while doubt ran deep. But life has a way of teaching what fear can never see. The road to something greater is rarely mistake-free. If failure teaches you something, then it was never a loss. Every lesson earned through struggle is worth the cost. A fall that makes you wiser, a wound that helps you grow, is not a sign of weakness. It's proof you're moving forward still. I remember nights defeated, certain I had lost it all, watching plans collapse around me after giving everything I could call. I wanted to erase those moments, pretend they never came. But looking back, those failures were the reason that I changed. They taught me patience, they taught me grit, they taught me how to stand when life refused to go my way, and nothing matched the plan. Because success doesn't always whisper the truths we need to hear, but failure speaks honestly and makes the path more clear. A seed must split apart before it starts to grow. A sword must face the fire before its strength can show. And people are no different. We learn through every scar. The lessons that shape our future often come from falling hard. The world may call it failure because they only see the end, but growth begins the moment you decide to try again. Not with shame upon your shoulders, not with regret in your eyes, but with new wisdom in your pocket and a stronger heart inside. Honestly, the real failure is not losing once or twice. It's refusing to learn anything from the storms that cross your life. Because every mistake contains a hidden piece of gold for those willing to search for it and let their story unfold. So don't be afraid of failure. Don't run from what went wrong. Take the lesson, take the pain, and use it to grow strong. One day you'll look behind you and finally understand the failures you once hated were helping you become the person you were meant to stand as. Because is already a success. You give your heart to everybody, carry weights that aren't your own, always trying to save the broken while you break behind closed doors. You say I'm fine with tired eyes, smile while slowly falling apart, being kind to every stranger but cruel to your own heart. You can't pour love from an empty soul, you deserve kindness too. Don't forget to love yourself the way you love everybody else. Every scar, every flaw still deserves compassion through it all. You are more than your mistakes, more than all the pain you hide away. So when the whole world feels too much, don't forget your own heart needs love. I know the voice inside your head telling you you're not enough, comparing every breath you take to impossible versions of love. But nobody survives this life without some cracks inside their skin. And healing starts the moment you stop treating yourself like the enemy within. You don't have to earn your worth, you were enough before the hurt. Don't forget to love yourself even on the nights you need help. Every tear, every fear doesn't make you disappear. You are human, not a machine. You don't have to bleed to be seen. So hold your own heart gently now, like you would for someone else somehow. Yeah, the world can leave you empty, make you question who you are, but the light you keep searching for has always lived inside your heart. And maybe loving yourself is the bravest thing of all. Don't forget to love yourself even when nobody else can help. Every wound and every fight still deserves a little light. You've survived so many storms, still your heart keeps carrying on. So tonight before you fall apart, choose to love your own heart. Love yourself too, you deserve it too. Don't forget you.
Yeah. I spent years asking why we're here, searching for some meaning clear, a bigger plan, a hidden sign, something written in the sky. But life kept passing quietly, in coffee cups and city streets, in tight smiles and midnight talks, in little moments never caught it. Maybe meaning isn't far away, maybe it's hidden in each day. Maybe life doesn't need a reason beyond the acts of truly breathing, the laughter, love, the tears, the scars, the way we carry who we are. Because maybe the purpose all along We're simply living while we can. The suns are fading into blue. A hand reaching out to you. The sound of rain against the glass. Oh no, knowing none of this can last. And somehow that makes it more real, not less important, but more deeply felt. 'Cause fleeting things still leave a mark, like little fires in the dark. The beauty of a passing flame is knowing it won't stay the same. We don't need to conquer time or leave a perfect life behind. Sometimes enough is simply this, to feel alive inside the wind. To love, to hurt, to heal again. To wake up and begin again. What if the search itself is life? Not arriving but the ride. Not some final answer found, but every heartbeat making sound. Because existence isn't waiting somewhere else. It's happening right now itself. So I'll stop chasing distant skies and hold this bleeding life tonight. The broken parts, the golden days, the temporary human ways. Because maybe the deepest truth is that living itself is enough. The night grew still beneath the stars. No final answers, no grand cause. Just my heart beating softly. And somehow that was meaning enough for me. Every morning brings a choice, quiet and unseen. A battle not with enemies, but with what we truly need. So many little pleasures calling out our name. Moments that steal our focus, little sparks becoming flames. One more hour wasted, one more empty escape. And slowly without noticing, tomorrow takes their shape. Because every single day demands a sacrifice somehow. A small thing left behind to protect the future now. If you cannot let go of something, even something small, your days begin to scatter till nothing's left at all. And one careless tomorrow soon becomes a life lost inside distraction, far away from light. I used to think discipline meant giant acts of pain, but real strength lies quietly inside what we refrain. Turning off the noise at midnight, walking past an easy lie, choosing growth instead of comfort, even when the heart asked why. That's how people slowly change, not suddenly one day, but through tiny hidden choices, repeated on the way. One less distraction, one more honest hour, one small desire abandoned to protect Every repeated habit quietly becomes our destiny. The scariest thing about wasting life is how soft it feels at first. No alarms, no falling skies, just a slow, invisible thirst. A thirst for meaning, for purpose, for the self we could become, buried underneath distractions, till the spirit slowly numbs. And honestly, maybe wisdom is learning this truth in time. Every small thing we surrender to eventually shapes our lives. That's why every day matters, every choice beneath the sun. The future is not waiting ahead, it's already being done. Right now in this moment, right here in tonight's breath, inside the little sacrifices that separate life from regret. So let something go today, something small but real. Not because desire is evil, but because purpose must be protected still. And one day you will thank yourself for every quiet choice you made, because discipline is not punishment, it is the way a meaningful life is saved. It's easy to be gentle when everything goes right. Easy to wear kindness in the soft and quiet nights. Easy to smile politely, to say the perfect things when no one feels offended and nobody bleeds. But pressure changes people, it strips the surface thin, and conflict has a way of showing what lives within. You don't really know someone until the voices rise, until anger fills the room and truth escapes disguise. Because character is revealed, not in comfort but in strain, in how someone holds their heart when they're drowning in their pain. I used to judge by charm, by how warm somebody seemed, but some people shine beautifully until they don't get what they need. And suddenly the softness fades, the patience disappears, and hidden parts of who they are come screaming through the fear. Some people weaponize your secrets just to win the fight. Some throw love away carelessly the moment they feel slighted inside, and others still stay careful even while they ache, choosing not to destroy you just because they break. That's when you see the difference between ego and grace, between someone protecting pride and someone protecting hearts in pain. You don't really know someone until they're deeply hurt, until disappointment burns them and pressure makes it worse. 'Cause anyone can look kind when life is going smooth, but conflict reveals the soul. conversation that changed the way I saw someone I thought I understood, until we went to war. The anger wasn't what hurt most, it was how quickly they tried to make me feel small and worthless, just to stand taller inside. And from that moment onward, I understood somehow that real love protects dignity, even in breakdowns, because mature hearts argue differently. They don't need to destroy, they speak with pain and honesty without using cruelty for joy. They know some words stay forever, long after tempers fade. And strong people don't leave scars just because they feel betrayed. Maybe the true test of character isn't success or charm, but whether someone keeps humanity even while falling apart. Can they stay respectful when emotions overflow? Can they still see your heart in the middle of their own? Because conflict is a mirror, and rage removes disguise, showing whether love was real or simply convenient all this time. You don't really know someone until the worst appears, until disappointment shakes them and exposes hidden fears. That's when the soul speaks loudly, without rehearsed replies, and only then can you truly see the person behind the eyes. So now I watch more carefully, not when life feels safe and warm, but how people carry love inside the middle of the storm. Because anyone can seem beautiful under a peaceful sky, but true character is revealed when the voices rise. I stood before a mountain, too high for me to climb. The distance felt impossible, the peak beyond my sight. Every voice around me had reasons I should stop, 1,000 explanations why I'd never reach the top. And honestly, I almost listened, I almost turned away, almost traded all my dreams for a safer, smaller day. But somewhere in the silence, a quiet voice broke through, not louder than the doubters, just stronger than I knew. All you really need is to believe you can, before the road appears beneath you, before you understand, before the proof arrives, before the fear is gone. Every great journey starts with believing and moving on. I used to think success belonged to people born ahead, the talented, the fearless, the names everybody said. But every story I admired shared a hidden thread. Someone chose to trust a dream before the evidence was there. The inventor saw a future nobody else could see. The runner saw the finish line long before victory. The artist heard a leaves and wings before the sky is found. And maybe we're no different, standing at life's edge, waiting for certainty while fear hangs overhead. Honestly, the greatest prison isn't failure, loss, or pain. It's convincing yourself you cannot change the game, because the moment you believe, a door begins to open. The impossible becomes a question instead of being broken. What if I can? What if I try? What if the limits I accepted were only in my mind? That's where everything changes, that's when new stories begin. Not when the world believes in you, but when you believe within. So when the road looks endless and the odds seem stacked too high, don't wait for perfect confidence or a sign from the sky. Just take one step forward and trust the dream you see, because the one thing you truly need to change your life forever is believing you can. You can. I used to think that wealth was gold, big houses shining in the cold. Something you could touch and own, something you could call your own. But time kept teaching different things, the value hidden underneath. Because the richest souls I knew carried worlds inside the truth. Money fades and seasons change, but the mind can outlive everything. Our riches live inside the mind, in every dream and every light, in every lesson that we've learned, in every page and bridge we burn. Cause what we think and what we know becomes the greatest wealth we hold. A curious heart can cross the sea without ever leaving the street. One idea can change a life, one thought can survive through time. And even when the world feels cold, knowledge gives the soul a home, the power to imagine more than what we've ever seen before. The deepest treasures can't be bought, they grow quietly through thought. Richness isn't what we keep, locked away where no one sees. It's wisdom shared from hand to hand, the ability to understand. Because the strongest kind of gold lives within the soul. What if wealth is not possession, but awareness and perception? The freedom to create and feel, to turn imagination real. Because no thief can steal the fire inside a thoughtful mind inspired. So I'll feed the world inside my head with books, with dreams, with words unsaid. I'll gather wonder more than fame, and let curiosity remain. Because when everything else is gone, the mind still carries on. The night was quiet, soft and deep, but inside me world still breathes. And I realized I was richer than I knew. There are nights when nobody noticed, the work I put inside. No applause, no recognition, just a dream I couldn't hide. The world kept moving quickly while I stayed behind the scenes, building something day by day that only I could see. Sometimes I questioned everything, wondered if it mattered at all, if every unseen effort would simply fade and fall. But deep within the silence, a truth kept calling me. The person I become tomorrow depends on who I choose to be. Don't betray yourself today for comfort or for fear. Every honest step you take is building something here. The future is not magic, it's earned through what you do. The results you'll see tomorrow begin with being true to you. I used to chase shortcuts, wanted faster roads to fame, wanted all the rewards without enduring any pain. But shortcuts left me empty, and easy roads grew cold, because the things worth having are not so easily sold. A tree grows deep roots slowly before it reaches the sky, and the strongest kind of confidence is built when no one's watching your life. One promise kept, one morning, one more effort after doubt, one more time choosing discipline when every excuse called out. That's how character is formed, that's how futures rise, not through sudden lucky moments, but through daily sacrifice. The hardest person to deceive is the one inside your soul, because you always know the truth about the goals you didn't hold. You know when you gave your best, you know when you walked away, you know when you honored your dream, and when you chose not to stay. And honestly, that's the reason peace cannot be bought or borrowed. It comes from knowing today you're building a better tomorrow. Not perfectly, not flawlessly, but faithfully enough to grow step by step through every season, even when results don't show. Because effort is never wasted when it's rooted in what's true. Every hour of honest work leaves a stronger version of you. And one day what was invisible will finally come into view. The strength, the skill, the confidence, that perseverance grew. People will call it success, people will call it talent, but you'll remember the mornings when quitting seemed more valid. You'll remember every choice to keep moving through the pain, and you'll know the future bloomed from those ordinary days. So when doubt begins to whisper and the road seems far away, remember this simple promise: never betray the dream inside you, because the effort that stays true to yourself today will return as tomorrow's success. Before you won a single victory, before you chased a dream, before the world even knew your name or who you hoped to be, you were given something priceless, a gift beyond compare, a heartbeat in the darkness, a life already there. Some spend years searching for a lucky break to find a door that leads to greatness, a chance to change their lives. But maybe we've forgotten the miracle from the start, the fact that we are breathing with a future in our hearts. To be alive at all is the greatest chance you'll ever know. A sky to stand beneath, a road still left to go, a chance to love and lose, a chance to rise and fall, a chance to become someone who gave their heart to it all. I used to wait for opportunity, like you live somewhere ahead, in a future full of answers, beyond the fear I felt. I thought my life would finally begin when success came into view. But one day I realized the chance was always here and true. Every sunrise was an opening, every breath another key, every moment I was given was possibility. Because countless dreams are hidden inside a single day, and every human story starts with simply being awake. To see another morning, to feel another rain, to have another chance to stand after heartbreak and pain. That alone is extraordinary, that alone is rare. To exist inside this universe and know that you are here. And honestly, maybe gratitude is where courage starts to grow. Because when you see life as a gift, you stop fearing what you don't know. You start taking chances, you start chasing what is true. You stop waiting for permission to become a better you. A person born into this world already holds something great, not a guarantee of victory, but the freedom to create, to write a different story, to leave a mark behind, to turn a fragile lifetime into something that shines. So don't tell me you're waiting for your chance to appear. You've been holding it since the first day you arrived here, inside your beating heart, inside your restless soul, inside every new morning, calling you to grow. Because the greatest opportunity was never wealth or fame, it was opening your eyes one day and being given this life to claim. So rise with that understanding and let it guide your way. The greatest chance you'll ever have is the one you're living today. to hold on tightly to the person that I knew, afraid that if I changed too much I'd lose what made me true. The familiar felt like shelter, even when it held me down, because the unknown can feel darker than the safest part of town. So I stayed where I was comfortable, watching seasons pass me by, dreaming of a different future, but too afraid to try. Yet every river keeps on moving, every tree reaches for the sky, and nothing living truly grows without learning how to change its life. Don't fear the change, it's part of who you'll be. Every new version of yourself is another chance to breathe. Don't fear the unknown road or the person you'll become. Growth begins the moment you stop trying to stay the same one. I remember feeling broken when old chapters came to end, friends, dreams, and expectations that I could no longer defend. At first it felt like losing, like something had gone wrong, but looking back, those endings were what made me strong. Because every painful lesson, every scar I tried to hide, was shaping someone wiser. Deep inside, the caterpillar fears the silence before it learns to fly, and seeds must break apart completely before they touch the sky. That's the strange beauty of becoming. You must leave something behind to discover greater strength waiting inside your mind. And honestly, the greatest danger isn't change at all, it's spending your whole lifetime too afraid to answer the call, too afraid to leave the old self, too afraid to take the leap, too afraid to trust the future beyond what you can keep. Because comfort can become a prison when it keeps you standing still, while your heart is quietly whispering there's a higher hill to climb still. The strongest people walking were not born without fear. They simply kept moving forward even when change was near. They embraced new beginnings, they welcomed different skies. They understood that growth requires saying goodbye sometimes. So if your life feels uncertain, if the ground beneath you shakes, maybe you're not falling apart, maybe you're being remade. Maybe this uncomfortable feeling is proof you're moving on, proof you're becoming someone stronger than you've ever known. Don't fear the change, the seasons never do. The sun still rises every morning, and so can you. Because growth is not a betrayal of who you used to be, it's a promise to become everything you were meant to be. I spent years building armor, perfect smile, steady hands, trying to look unshaken, trying to look like I understand. I thought strength meant hiding every crack beneath my skin, never letting people see the chaos living within. So I kept conversations shallow, kept my distance safe, afraid that if they saw the real me, they would walk away. But loneliness grows quietly behind carefully built walls, and hearts can't truly touch when nobody risks the fall. You can't receive real love without showing where you ache, and you can't truly help somebody without revealing what made you break. Because healing speaks deepest through honest scars, not through pretending we've never fallen apart. I remember hearing someone speak openly about pain, not polished, not perfect, just human and unashamed. Somehow in that moment, something inside me moved, because truth recognizes truth the second it comes through. The vulnerability felt stronger than every mask I wore, like honesty itself opened some hidden door. Maybe people don't connect through perfection or pride. Maybe connection begins the moment defenses die. Because everybody's carrying wounds hidden beneath the skin, and pretending to be flawless only keeps us trapped within. You can't receive comfort if nobody knows you're hurting, and you can't offer healing if your own heart stays hidden. The people who changed my life never acted invincible. They simply had the courage to become visible. To say I've been broken too, I know what fear becomes, and suddenly pain felt lighter, because I wasn't alone anymore. There's something sacred about a trembling truth, something stronger than confidence inside honest wounds. Because weakness shared openly turns strangers into light, turns silence into understanding, turns darkness into light. I used to fear exposure, like weakness meant defeat, but now I see hiding forever only made me incomplete. The strongest souls I've known could admit when they were scared, and somehow that honesty made everyone around them less afraid. Maybe that's what humanity is, not proving we never bleed, but showing each other gently what it means to heal a need. You can't receive real love behind a locked disguise, and you can't truly give it without opening your own eyes. Because hearts recognize honesty far beyond perfect words, and brokenness shared sincerely can become the deepest cure. So I'll stop hiding my weakness like it's something to erase. Maybe the very parts I fear are what allow connection in the first place. And maybe all real healing begins the exact same way, with one person brave enough to finally say, this is where I hurt, this is who I am, and trust in another soul enough to let them understand. I used to walk into rooms with my guard held high, waiting for people to prove why they deserved my time, measuring every silence, watching every word, searching for rejection before it even occurred. I thought connection happened when somebody reached for me, but maybe I had it backwards. Maybe love begins differently. Maybe the secret is simple. Maybe it always was. You don't wait to be understood, you choose to understand first. If you wanna reach somebody, love first. Before the fear, before the doubt hurts, before asking will they like me, open your own heart. Because people bloom differently when kindness starts. Most hearts aren't cold, they're just afraid. Most walls weren't built to push away. People carry loneliness hidden in their eyes, waiting for somebody gentle to finally recognize. And maybe the moment changes when one person decides to stop standing at a distance and step closer with light. Not trying to impress, not trying to win, just honestly caring about the soul within. If you wanna know somebody, love first. See the hidden pain behind the surface. Every human being softens when they feel seen, and warmth spreads quietly like a dream. I remember meeting strangers who changed my life somehow, not because they were perfect, but because they made me feel allowed. Allowed to be awkward, allowed to be real, allowed to exist without hiding what I feel. And I realized afterward the reason I stayed wasn't what they said exactly, but the warmth they gave. People don't open because you're impressive or smart. They open because they feel safe inside your heart. So maybe love is courage more than chemistry. The courage to care first without certainty. The courage to smile warmly before you know the end. The courage to risk rejection just to become a friend. Because the world changes softly, one honest heart at a time. And the people who love deeply leave the deepest light behind. If you wanna reach somebody, love first. Don't wait forever for the universe. Somebody has to begin it, somebody has to try. And maybe the connection you're seeking starts the moment you decide to stop protecting your heart like it's meant to stay closed, and start giving kindness freely wherever you go. Because human hearts mirror the love they receive, And sometimes all it takes is someone willing to believe. So I'll walk into this world with my heart unlocked, not waiting to be chosen, but choosing love first. My mother never spoke in gold, never chased applause. She taught me through the quiet things, through discipline and loss. She said the world is heavy enough, don't make it harder still. Learn to carry more than yourself, that's strength, not just will. And when I lost my temper, or let my selfishness win, I saw disappointment in her eyes that cut deeper than my skin. She taught me a person should think of others too, that kindness means nothing if it's only convenient for you. She taught me that losing control so carelessly was something close to shame, because dignity begins internally. I didn't understand it then. Thought freedom meant doing what I pleased. Thought power meant speaking loudly and never bending to anyone's needs. But time has a way of teaching what youth ignores too fast. And now her words return to me like echoes built to last. Because selfishness grows easy in a world obsessed with self, and discipline disappears quietly when comfort becomes wealth. But character is built in the moments no one sees, in how you hold your anger, in how you choose your speech, in whether you can sacrifice without demanding praise, in whether you stay grounded when life becomes a maze. My mother said a heart without restraint can destroy itself. A person who only chases desire eventually becomes empty. And now I see people everywhere, ruled by every mood, breaking others with careless words, calling recklessness truth. But strength is your loud emotion, or getting everything you crave. Sometimes strength is silence, sometimes it's how you behave. Sometimes it's swallowing pride to protect another soul. Sometimes it's standing steady when chaos wants control. And maybe love looks different than what the world defines. Maybe real love is discipline, hidden inside kindness. The patience to listen gently when you'd rather walk away. The courage to put others first, even on your hardest days. I carry your voice within me, even now that I've grown. A quiet moral compass that still guides me home. Not toward perfection, not toward being admired, but toward becoming someone who can be trusted when life gets tired.
Because the people who change the world are really driven by greed. They're the ones who learned early how to serve before they lead. And maybe that's true greatness, not power, wealth, or fame, but mastering yourself enough to protect another from pain. So when I lose my balance or selfishness appears, I still hear my mother softly across the years. Think beyond yourself, hold your spirit carefully, because a human life means little without integrity. And maybe the deepest wisdom a parent can never give is teaching someone quietly how a good heart should live. I used to want the answers fast, skip the hurt and bypass the past. Thought wisdom came from what you knew, not from what you struggled through. But every scar upon my skin taught me more than comfort did. And every road that made me bleed left something stronger underneath. Nothing valuable arrives for free, not the things that shape who we'll be. Experience always costs something, a little pain, a little suffering. You pay in nights, you pay in tears, you pay in trial through the years. But every wound becomes a guide, lighting up the road inside. I've met people young in age, but ancient in the things they faced, and others safe their whole lives through, still strangers to the deeper truth. Because you can't learn love from words or courage without getting hurt, and no one understands the climb without walking it in time. The lessons that stay the longest are the ones bought through hardship. Experience is earned slowly through broken plans and lonely evenings, not in comfort, not in ease, but in moments that bring you to your knees. And though the price can feel unfair, the wisdom stays there. What if pain is not the enemy? What if it's part of becoming? 'Cause every soul that truly grows has walked through things nobody knows. And maybe that's the hidden art, turning hurt into heart. So I won't regret the cost or every time I thought I'd lost, because the person standing here was shaped by every difficult year. And though experience asks for more, it gives back deeper than before. The road was never free to walk, every lesson had its cost. But looking back through all this time, I think it was worth the price.
I spent so many years staring at what I didn't have. Another dream, another fortune, another chance to grab. Looking over distant fences at someone else's sky, believing happiness else was waiting somewhere farther, higher, wide. I counted all my missing pieces, every flaw, every lack, so focused on what wasn't mine. I never looked back at the friends who stood beside me, at the strength I'd already grown, at the quiet gifts surrounding me that I call ordinary and known. Oh, when you spend your life chasing what isn't in your hands, you can lose the very treasures you already understand. If you're always wanting more, you miss what's yours today, and the blessings all around you may slowly fade away. I remember one cold evening, thinking life was being unfair, watching others rise above me while I stayed standing there. But then I looked around me and finally saw the truth. There were things I'd been given that I never noticed through. A family that believed in me, a dream still burning bright, the freedom to begin again each and every night, a healthy breath inside my lungs, a sunrise yet to come, a heart still full of purpose and songs still left unsung. And honestly, I felt ashamed, not because I lacked success, but because I overlooked abundance while obsessing over less. The flower doesn't envy mountain, the ocean doesn't envy stars. They simply become what they are and shine from where they are. Yet we compare and compare until gratitude disappears, trading present joy away for imaginary years. Always saying when I get there, when I finally own enough, when life becomes more perfect, when things become less rough. But happiness keeps whispering from the place we're standing now, waiting for us to notice what we've been given somehow. Because wealth is not just money, and success is not just fame. Sometimes the richest people walking have gratitude to their name, the ability to appreciate the simple gifts of life, a conversation, a sunset, a dream, surviving the night. So keep reaching for your future, keep growing if you must, but don't forget the treasure already covered in dust. The things you've taken for granted, the gifts already won, the beauty in your ordinary days beneath the morning sun. Because the moment you stop seeing what you don't have all the time, you begin to recognize the riches already in your life. And maybe that's where joy begins, not in getting everything you want, but in learning to love what's already in your hands. I've seen cities glowing gold, crowded streets and hearts turn cold, people chasing endless things, still feeling empty underneath. But then a hand reached out to mine, and suddenly the world felt alive, like winter breaking into spring. From one small human begins to glow. The moment is truly known. A laugh across a quiet room, a voice saying I'm here for you. The little moments no one sees become the soul of a memory. Love paints color into time, makes even broken things feel bright. And without it, all the world can be is motion without meaning. The stars may fill the sky above, but nothing shines like human love. What is wealth without someone to hold? What is warmth inside the cold? Because love is what gives life its flame, the thing that makes us more than names. And even when the years grew dark, love leaves a light inside the heart. What if love is not weakness, but the deepest kind of strength? The courage to stay open wide, even knowing hearts can break. Because nothing truly beautiful exists untouched by love at all. So I'll love why I'm still here through every joy and every tear. I'll let my heart burn bright enough to leave warmth inside the ones I love. Because at the end of all we know, love is the light we leave below. The night grew soft beneath the sky, and suddenly I realized life without love would only be half alive. I used to build disasters inside my restless mind, fighting storms that never came, leaving peace behind. I'd imagine every ending, every road that could go wrong, borrowing tomorrow's sorrow before the day was gone. I turned shadows into mountains, questions into chains, and lost so many sunsets worrying about the rain. But life whispered something gentle one quiet afternoon. The clouds you're fearing right now may never cover you. Don't fear tomorrow's troubles, they may never come your way. Don't spend your precious moments giving future worries today. Carry your own sun, even when skies turn gray. Let your heart remember light and guide you through the day. I know uncertainty is heavy, I know fear can feel so real. The mind can paint 1,000 nightmares before a wound can heal. But most of what we worry about never reaches our door. And all that fear we carry was suffering before the war. A flower doesn't tremble about the coming rain. It simply turns towards sunlight tries to teach. Peace is not found in certainty, but in trusting what we can't reach. And honestly, the strongest hearts are not the ones without fear. They're the ones who choose hope anyway, when the future isn't clear. The ones who keep on smiling without knowing what comes next. The ones who keep on living without demanding guarantees from fate. Because life was never meant to be carried all at once. Just this breath, just this moment, just this rising sun. So when your mind starts wandering toward problems not yet born, gently bring it back again to this beautiful morning. To the people who still love you, to the dreams that still remain, to the warmth inside your spirit, beyond imagined pain. There will be storms worth facing when the time finally arrives. But until then, don't surrender today's light from your life. Carry your own sun, protect its golden flame, and let it shine so brightly the fear forgets your name. Because the future is uncertain, but one truth still remains. A heart that carries sunlight can walk through any rain. The world will tell you stories about winners and the rest, about trophies, ranks, and numbers, as if that's the final test. They'll say you lost the battle, they'll say your chance is gone. They'll point at all your failures and tell you to move on. But they don't know your journey, they don't hear your heart at night. They don't see the quiet courage it takes to keep up the fight. Because losing isn't falling, and losing isn't pain. It's not the storms that find you, or standing in the rain. was enough. Not enough to fix everything, not enough to erase the pain, but enough to take one step forward and begin again. Because every great comeback starts in the darkest place, when a person chooses hope instead of walking away. The strongest people aren't those who never hit the ground. They're the ones who keep rising every time they're knocked down again and again. Through heartbreak and doubt, through closed doors and failures, they keep finding a way out. And honestly, maybe success isn't reaching every goal. Maybe it's refusing to quit on your own soul. Maybe it's waking up tomorrow after everything fell apart and still protecting the dream inside your heart. Because life rewards persistence more than talent, luck, or fame. The people who keep believing eventually change the game. So don't let a setback define you. Don't let one chapter decide the value of your story or the fire burning inside. You are not your worst mistake. You are not your hardest day. You are the person who chooses whether to continue anyway. And as long as that choice remains, as long as you still try, as long as you refuse to surrender, life cannot defeat you. Because if you never give up on yourself, you never truly lose. I spent so many years searching for what life meant to me, chasing dreams across the horizon, trying to become somebody. I thought value came from victories, from the heights that I could reach, from the things that I could gather, or the success that I could teach. But the more I climbed alone, the emptier it became. Because no mountain feels as high when there's no one to share the view the same. Then I saw a simple kindness change a stranger's day, and suddenly I understood what life was trying to say. Life becomes meaningful when it reaches beyond itself, when it becomes a light for someone instead of living only for oneself. To live for others, to lift them when they fall, to give your heart away in love is the greatest gift of all. I remember times of struggle when my world was turning gray, and someone offered hope to me without asking for repayment someday. A word, a hand, a presence, a moment they could spare, and what seemed small to them was enough to show they cared. That's the strange thing about kindness, it travels farther than we know. A seed planted in one heart can while the world is built by people who choose to give instead of take, who understand that true greatness is found in the lives they make. Honestly, when the years are over and our stories reach the end, few will care about our trophies or the money we defend, but they will remember kindness, the love we chose to share, the moments we stood beside them and showed that we were there, because purpose isn't found only in what we achieve. It's found in helping others find a reason to believe, a reason to keep fighting, a reason to stand tall, a reason to see tomorrow when darkness seems to call. So chase your dreams with passion, become all you can be, but never forget the beauty of living beyond me. For the richest hearts are often not the ones who own the most, but the ones who leave behind a little hope from coast to coast. And when you give your life to something greater than your name, you discover life's true value, that a life lived for others is a life truly lived. I used to think the distance came from everyone around, like people were unreachable, like love just couldn't be found. I blame the silence in the room, the coldness in their eyes, never realizing I was hiding too inside. I waited to be welcomed before I'd show my heart, waiting for somebody else to make the first start. But loneliness is echoes that come from deep within, and sometimes the locked door was never locked by them. The walls between us were built by my own hands, brick by brick, from fear and things I didn't understand. I called it being careful, I called it protecting me, but maybe all along I was building my own prison quietly. I thought rejection waited behind every hello, so I stayed behind my silence and never let myself be known. I assumed people judged me before they even could, and treated every stranger like they misunderstood. But fear paints false pictures across the human mind, and sometimes what we expect is exactly what we find. Because people feel hesitation, people mirror doubt, and the walls we think surround us are often built from the inside out. The walls between us were built by my own fear, not by the words Started smiling first, started saying names, started letting awkward moments exist without shame. And suddenly the world softened, not perfectly, but enough to realize human connection begins when someone chooses trust. Maybe most people aren't cold, maybe they're afraid to, waiting for somebody brave enough to make the first move. Maybe every heart carries invisible defense, and kindness is the thing that slowly climbs the fence. Because fear keeps building borders till nobody gets through, but openness creates spaces where something real can bloom. The walls between us can disappear tonight, not because the world changed, but because I stopped hiding inside. I stopped assuming hatred before giving people light. Stop treating every moment like something I should fight. And honestly, it felt freeing to finally understand. The world became much warmer when I unclenched my hands. So if I feel disconnected, if life feels far away, maybe the first thing changing should be the walls I make. Because the hardest barriers are often never seen, not built from other people, but from what lives inside me. And maybe being human means learning this somehow. The world opens differently the moment we reach out. From the moment we begin, time is quietly settling in. Every heartbeat, every breath moves a little closer to the end. We chase love, we chase light, trying to outrun the night. But shadows walk beside us all, like echoes waiting in the hall. Maybe death was never far away, just hidden softly inside each day. Every life is moving onward toward a final closing door, not to erase what came before, but to remind us life is short. Because endings give meaning to the flame that burns inside our fragile names. I used to fear the thought of loss, of disappearing into dark. But then I saw how flowers bloom, knowing winter comes too soon. Nothing beautiful can stay, that's what makes us ache this way. And maybe love means holding tight, even while we know goodbye. The stars shine brightest in the night, because they know they cannot stay alive forever. Every soul is passing through a temporary kind of truth, but maybe that's the hidden art, to love despite the breaking heart. Because death is not the enemy, forgetfulness may be. What if the purpose of this life is not escaping the end in sight, but learning how to truly live before the silence finally hits. Because forever has no weight without the beauty of things that fade. So I'll hold this fleeting world tonight, the warmth, the tears, the borrowed time. And though the end waits quietly, I won't let fear steal life from me. Because the goal may be the end, but the meaning lives in how we spend the in-between. The night grows still beneath the sky. One day all of us say goodbye. So until then, I'll live before I die. The morning sun is rising, but nobody knows for sure how many more dawns are waiting beyond this open door. We spend so much time postponing the words we long to say, the dreams we keep protecting for some distant future day. But life is far too fragile to leave your heart on hold. The clock keeps moving forward, whether young or old. So laugh a little louder, love a little deeper, hold the ones who matter a little closer than before. Live as if tomorrow never comes. Give your all to this day. Don't leave your songs unsung. Don't let your dreams fade away. Because every breath is precious, every sunrise is a gift, and life becomes most beautiful when you truly live it. But while your heart is burning, never stop your mind from growing. The wisest souls keep learning, no matter where they're going. I used to think that knowledge is something you could own, a mountain peak to stand upon and proudly call your own. But every answer I discovered opened 10 more doors, showing me how endless this universe really was. A child asks endless questions, the stars keep teaching light, the ocean keeps revealing secrets to those who seek them every night. And maybe that's the beauty of being alive at all, to remain forever curious, no matter how tall you grow. Learn as if you live forever, stay hungry for the truth, keep wonder in your spirit, never let it leave your youth. Read another page, ask another why, see the world with open eyes beneath this endless sky. Because knowledge lights the pathway and passion fuels the flame. Together they create a life worth remembering by name. Honestly, the greatest tragedy is not that life will end someday. It's reaching the final chapter with too much left unsaid. Too many roads untraveled, too many lessons ignored, too many chances wasted waiting for something more. So dance beneath the sunlight and study beneath the stars. Live with reckless gratitude and grow exactly as you. Give your heart completely to every day you're given, and keep your mind forever open to the wonders of this living. measure every hour, and wisdom is vast enough to explore forever. Live like this day is your last. Learn like your journey has no end.
I stood at the edge of doubt, with a mountain in my eyes. The road ahead looked endless, disappearing into the sky. My heart was filled with questions, my mind was filled with fear, wondering if I had the strength to make it through another year. The distance felt impossible, it sounded far away, and every dream I carried seemed too heavy for that day. But then I took one small step, just one into the unknown, and suddenly I realized I wasn't standing still alone. If you can take one step forward, you can take one more, and if you can take one more, you can reach a distant shore. Don't focus on the mountain, don't count how far to go, just trust the strength inside you and keep moving slow. I used to think that courage meant never feeling fear, that heroes walk through darkness without a single tear. But courage is much simpler and stronger than it seems. It's taking one more step ahead while carrying your dreams. One more page to study, one more mile to run, one more try tomorrow when today's battle isn't won. One more sunrise greeted, one more lesson learned, one more spark protected when the world says let it burn. Because no great journey happens in a single giant leap. It's built through countless little steps, repeated day by day, deep. The river reaches oceans by moving inch by inch. The tallest trees grow slowly and never seem to flinch. And honestly, the secret to every goal achieved is not extraordinary power, it's refusing to leave, refusing to stop walking, refusing to turn back, refusing to let one failure convince you that you lack the strength you need. Tomorrow may not be here today, but tomorrow's strength is built by walking anyway. So when the road feels endless, and your hope begins to bend, don't think about the finish line, just think about the next step again. 'Cause every dream you've ever loved, every mountain you can see, will someday be behind you if you move consistently. One step becomes 100, 100 becomes a mile becomes a journey that makes the struggle worthwhile. So take a breath and trust yourself, the path is not too far. Because if you can take one step, you can take one more. And one more. And one more. Till the impossible becomes your reality.
I used to measure life in days, watching time just drift away, counting breaths like that was proof that I was living something true. But silence filled the space I made. Nothing changed, nothing stayed. And deep inside I felt the truth. Breathing wasn't something new. A heartbeat doesn't mean you've tried, it just means you're still alive. Living is more than breathing air, more than simply being there. It's in the steps you choose to take, in every risk you dare to make. You don't come alive by standing still, you come alive by choosing will. Some stay safe inside the lines, never cross, never try. But safety keeps the world the same. It never learns, it never changes. You don't find yourself by chance, you find it in the things you chase. In every fall and every move, that's when life speaks back to you. You don't need to feel no fear, you just need to meet it here. Living is more than passing time, more than waiting for a sign. It's in the moments you decide to step beyond and not to hide. You don't exist to just survive, you exist to feel alive. What if all the time you've got is asking you to give it a shot? Not to wait, not to delay, but to move in some small way. Because the life you're meant to know won't come unless you go. Living is more than breath and bone, more than standing on your own. It's in the fire you choose to keep, and promises you choose to meet. You don't become by letting be, you become by what you see. So take a step, however small, that's where life begins to call. Not in what you say you'll do, but in what you actually do. Nobody sees the tiny lines drawn again 1,000 times. The sleepless nights, the careful hands trying to make the pieces land. People only praise the glow, never what it took below. But every masterpiece begins with moments almost missed within. The world remembers finished art, not the patience behind the start. Little things create perfection, every detail, every second, 1,000 quiet choices made, hidden in the work each day. Because greatness never comes from chance, it's built through careful hands. A song becomes what one note does, a heart becomes what habit was. And every dream that looks complete was shaped through small repeated things. No mountain rises in one move, no painter skips the roughest truths. The smallest strokes can change the whole, that's how beauty is quiet work.
What if excellence is this? Not brilliance, but persistence. Not giant leaps into the light, but tiny steps repeated right.
Because the difference few can see creates the things remembered endlessly. So I'll keep honoring the small, the unnoticed parts of it all. Every detail, every scar shapes the person and the art. And maybe perfection's greatest truth is how much care it quietly includes. The final touch looks small at night, but somehow made the whole thing shine. And I realized greatness lives inside little things.
You keep looking at the distance, at the mountains still to climb, at the things you haven't conquered, at the dreams that need more time. You keep measuring your future by the places you haven't been, forgetting all the roads you've crossed and every battle you've already seen. You call your victory small things, you call your strengths not enough. Oh, you treat your scars like weaknesses instead of proof you're tough. But look at how far you've traveled. Look at the storms you've survived. Look at the countless mornings you stood up and kept alive. Believe a little more in the person you've become. Believe a little more in the work you've already done. The strength you're searching for may already be inside, hidden beneath the doubts you've carried all this time. I remember standing still, thinking I wasn't ready yet, waiting for more confidence before I placed my bet. But confidence never arrived like lightning from the sky. It grew from every challenge I refused to leave behind. Every late night learning, every failure I outgrew, every promise that I honored when nobody else knew. Those moments built a foundation stronger than I could see, while I was busy focusing on everything I wasn't yet to be. Because talent isn't magic, it isn't something rare. It's often years of effort hidden beneath the surface there. The world only sees the outcome, the final shining light, not the countless unseen hours spent learning how to fight. Honestly, the saddest thing is not lacking what you need. It's having everything required but refusing to believe. Believing everyone else is special, everyone else is strong, while overlooking the evidence you've carried all along. The lessons you've collected, the skills you've earned through pain, the wisdom gained from falling down and rising up again. No one can take those from you, no one can erase that ground. You've already built a story worth being proud about now. So stop talking yourself smaller, stop acting like you're less. The dreams ahead may be enormous, but so is your progress. Trust your preparation, trust the miles beneath your feet, trust the person in the mirror who refused to accept defeat. Because every chapter you've lived through has been preparing you for more. And maybe the next level of your life begins the moment you decide to believe in your talent, to believe in your journey, to believe in yourself. Not someday today, today. One day the lights will fade out, the noise will disappear. The days we thought were endless will suddenly feel near. And all the things we chase so hard, the praise, the gold, the fame, may vanish like forgotten echoes without remembering our name. But some things outlive breathing, some things survive the night. A kindness planted deeply, a dream that gave someone light, a song that healed a broken soul, a hand that pulled someone through, a fire passed to another heart, still burning because of you. The greatest way to spend a life is building what remains, something stronger than your heartbeat, something time cannot erase. Not just living for the moment, not just surviving days, but giving your existence to something that outstays. I used to fear endings, fear how brief life seems, watching seasons disappear like unfinished dreams. I wondered what the purpose was, if everything must end. Why fight so hard to build something the earth may never defend? But then I saw a stranger smile at words someone once wrote, long after that soul had vanished. Their voice still gently spoke, and suddenly I understood human beings can remain inside the lives they touch, inside remembered pain. A teacher lives through students, an artist through their art, a parent through the courage still beating in a child's heart. That's how people become eternal, not through power or control, but through leaving something meaningful inside another soul. And honestly, maybe greatness was never about applause. Maybe it's the quiet impact created without pause, the unseen sacrifices, the nights spent building hope, the moments spent creating when life felt hard to hold. Because the world changes slowly through people who decide to give their fragile lifetime to something more than pride. A tree whose shade they'll never sit in, a song they may not hear, a future they'll never witness, still built through love sincere. That is the beauty of living, to spend your years this way, not only for yourself alone, but for what survives your days. So don't fear giving everything to something pure and true. The most meaningful lives are often the ones poured fully through, into art, into kindness, into dreams that still remain, into hearts still beating stronger.
slowly fade away. Because one life becomes beautiful not by how long it stays alive, but by what continues growing after goodbye arrives.
Everybody loves the finish line, the shining victory scene, the moment crowds start cheering for the person who achieved the dream. They celebrate the trophies, the mountain finally crossed, but nobody sees the silent nights or everything it cost. Nobody feels the shaking hands before the leap was made. Nobody hears the lonely prayers whispered through the rain, because glory was never waiting, only at the end. It lived inside the struggle of refusing not to ascend. The glory is in the trying, in daring to pursue, in giving your whole spirit to something calling you. Not only in arriving, not only in success, but in becoming someone stronger through every test. I used to think achievement was the only thing that mattered, like reaching the top alone could heal the soul from shattering. But every dream I chased changed me long before I won. The real transformation happened in who I had become. The discipline of waking when giving up felt right, the courage to keep climbing through endless sleepless nights. The way failure carved wisdom into places pride once stood, the way pain slowly taught me how to fight for something good. That's where the glory lives, not in applause alone, but in the invisible battles only your heart is known. A runner becomes beautiful, not because they touched the tape, but because they kept moving forward even while exhaustion shaped them. A fighter becomes legendary, not simply by winning wars, but by standing back up again after hitting the floor. Because effort reveals character more than comfort ever can, and pursuit gives meaning to the soul of a human being. I remember moments broken, certain I would never arrive, yet something inside me still burned, still wanted to survive. And honestly, those moments mean more to me today than any easy victory that simply came my way. Because the climb awakened parts of me asleep and struggle, gave my spirit something real to keep. The world may only notice who finally reached the light, but heaven sees the people who kept walking through the night, who kept believing quietly even after countless scars, who kept chasing the horizon no matter how far. That's why I'm not afraid anymore of failing on the road, because there is dignity in carrying a dream this heavy to hold. There is honor in the attempt, beauty in the fight, and glory in the human soul that refuses to stop the climb. So if you're tired tonight, if the summit still feels far, remember the greatness of your life already lives inside your scars, inside every risk you've taken, inside every fear you faced, inside every painful step you still chose not to waste. Because glory was never reserved only for the ones who win. It belongs to every heart brave enough to begin.
The world keeps count of victories. It measures who has won. It crowns the one still standing beneath the setting sun. And when the battle's over, the losers walk away, carrying silent questions about the price they paid. But not every defeat is failure, not every loss is wrong. Sometimes the bravest people are the ones who still hold on to truth when it is costly, to kindness when it's hard, to principles worth protecting even when they leave scars. If you fought for what was right, there is no shame in losing. A heart that stayed faithful is a victory worth choosing. The score may say you failed, the crowd may never know, but honor lives forever in the seeds of truth you sow. I remember standing alone once with nobody on my side, watching easier roads appear while I swallowed all my pride. I could have turned away, could have chosen comfort then, but something deeper in me wouldn't let me pretend, because some things matter applause or being praised. Some things are worth defending even when the cost is paid. A voice for someone weaker, a dream nobody believed, a promise made in darkness, too important to leave. And yes, the fight may break you, yes, the battle may be lost, but losing for the right reason is different from any cost, because the soul remembers what the world forgets with time. Whether you stood for something or abandoned what was right, that's the hidden measure, not the trophies on a shelf, but whether you can look back proudly and still respect yourself. The strongest people walking are not always those who win. They're the ones who guard their values through every storm they're in. They refuse to sell their conscience for an easier reward. They refuse to bow to fear when truth becomes a sword. And honestly, the world changes because of hearts like these, people willing to stand alone for what they believe. Not because success is certain, not because glory waits, but because some things are sacred, no matter what fate creates. So if you gave your best, if your cause was honest and true, don't carry shame for losing. The shame was never yours to choose. The real defeat is silence when courage should have spoken loud. The real defeat is surrender to what your heart disavows. If you fought with all your might, then walk away with your head held high. For there is no shame in losing a battle fought for what is right. You can memorize the words, learn exactly what to say, smile at all the right moments, and still feel far away. You can stand before a crowd and speak with perfect sound, but if your heart is empty, people know somehow. Because truth has a heartbeat, and lies don't survive long. People feel the difference between performance and a soul. If you wanna move somebody, you gotta feel it first. If you wanna light a fire, you gotta let yours burn. You can't fake belief, you can't manufacture tears. The deepest kind of honesty is something people hear. I used to hide my feelings, afraid to look weak. Thought strength was sounding certain, never letting my voice shake when I speak. But the moments that changed me were never polished clean. They were messy, raw, human, and painfully seen. A trembling voice can heal someone more than perfect lines, 'cause broken hearts recognize the truth between the signs. If you wanna move somebody, you gotta break inside. If you wanna give them hope, you gotta fight for your own light. If you've never touched the darkness, you can't lead through the night. And if you don't truly believe, you can't make others see the light. People don't follow perfection, they follow what feels real. The ones who truly change the world are the ones who deeply feel. A song becomes immortal when the singer means every word. A dream becomes contagious when conviction can be heard. And maybe that's the reason some voices never fade, because they gave their whole hearts, not just what sounded safe. I remember hearing someone cry while singing through the pain, and somehow all my loneliness didn't feel the same. Not because they fixed me or had the perfect view, but because their honest emotion felt painfully true. And that truth became a bridge between their soul and mine, a reminder that sincerity still survives time. If you wanna move somebody, don't hide behind a mask. Don't speak about love if you've never let it last. Don't preach about courage if fear still owns your name. Don't ask people to believe if you won't do the same. Because hearts don't open to flawless design, They open when another heart finally speaks honestly for the first time. So let your voice shake, let your tears fall down. Real emotion echoes louder than the strongest crowd. And maybe the deepest power a human soul can give is the courage to feel deeply and let the world feel it. If you wanna move somebody, you gotta feel it first. That's how souls awaken, that's how hearts are stirred. Not through perfect speeches, not through empty light, but through a human being burning honestly inside.
People read you before you speak, in the way you move, the way you breathe. Every face tells a little story before a single word is heard. I used to hide behind my doubt, head down low, shutting the world out. But somewhere in a passing smile, I saw how hearts can change a while. Sometimes the smallest things we show can brighten roads we'll never know. Appearances matter, it's true, not because perfection defines you, but because the light you wear can make somebody feel there. So lift your head into the day, and don't forget to smile your way. A smile won't fix a broken world, but it can soften someone's hurt. A little warmth, a little grace can change the color of a day. And looking good is not about pride, it's saying I still care inside about your life, your dreams, your name, enough to show up anyway. The way we carry who we are leaves echoes in another heart. Appearances matter because they're often where connection starts. Not shallow, not pretend, just little bridges we extend. And maybe confidence begins with the courage just to grin. What if smiling is resistance against the weight of existence? Not denial, not disguise, but choosing light despite the night. Because sometimes strength is simply seen in someone trying to stay kind and clean. So I'll wear my light out loud, even on uncertain days somehow. Not to hide what hurts inside, but to remind myself I'm alive. And if one smile can change one day, then maybe that alone is enough today. So I'll step into the morning air with open eyes and a little care, because the world already has enough shadows. I'd rather bring a little light.
I was lost before, staring at a world too wide, looking for a hand, looking for a sign. Someone took the time to show me what they knew. A light passed down quietly, and suddenly I moved. That's how hope survives, not by keeping but release. One heart teaches another, and the fire keeps its heat. When you learn, teach. When you get, give. That's how love survives. That's how people live. Nothing truly grows if you hold it for yourself. The things that changed your life are meant for someone else. I used to think success was climbing all alone, building something high enough to finally call my own. But the higher that I reached, the more I understood life means almost nothing if it only serves you. Because wisdom dies in silence, and kindness disappears when nobody reaches backward to help someone else get near. When you learn, teach. When you heal, lift. Every lesson that you carry becomes somebody's gift. When you rise, reach back, don't forget the view. Someone once opened that door that led you through. I remember nights feeling too weak to stand, till somebody looked at me and said, I understand. Those words became a shelter in places cold and dark, and now I carry that same flame inside my heart. Maybe that's the meaning hidden in all we do, not just becoming stronger, but helping others too. Because knowledge kept selfishly slowly turns to dust. Shared between souls, it becomes trust. When you learn, teach. When you gain, share. The world changes slowly when somebody cares. What you hold too tightly eventually will fade, but what you give away outlives your name. And maybe we are bridges, not destinations alone. Maybe every lesson learned was never ours to own. Maybe every blessing, every dream we touch was meant to keep on moving far beyond us. So I'll give what I can give, even if it's small. A word, a hand, a moment could change it all. Because somebody changed me without even knowing it, and now it's my turn to become that gift. When you learn, teach. When you get, give. That's how light survives. That's how we live. Not by what we gather, not by what we keep, but by how much of our hearts we leave for others to reach. So if life gives you wisdom, don't lock it away. Turn around and light somebody else's way. Oh yeah. People see the hours, the sweat, the repetition, the endless days of practice, the disciplined ambition. They count the miles you've traveled, the work that fills your days, and think success is measured only by those ways. But practice by itself is empty if the heart is not involved. A machine can't repeat moves not the practice that matters most. It's the passion behind the grind, the love that turns hard work into something more than time. Oh, the dream that keeps you going when nobody understands, the voice inside that whispers, keep building with your hands. I remember countless evenings when quitting felt alright, when progress seemed invisible and goals were out of sight. The exercises stayed the same, the routine never changed, but what carried me through those nights was something deeper than a plan. It wasn't discipline alone, it wasn't talent or skill, it was a love for what I chased, a stubborn force of will. Because passion gives meaning to every sacrifice, it turns frustration into growth and effort into life. A musician loves the music before the crowd appears, and an athlete loves the journey before the trophies and cheers. The writer loves the story before the pages sell. A dreamer loves the vision even through the hardest hell. That's why some people endure while others walk away. The difference is in practice, it's what makes them stay. Honestly, the greatest achievements are born from hearts on fire, not from obligation alone, but from a burning desire. The desire to become better, to create, to learn, to grow, to keep reaching for the summit even when the climb is slow. Because when passion leads the effort, every setback becomes fuel, every failure becomes a lesson, every challenge becomes a tool. And one day people call it greatness, they call it talent, gift or fate, but they don't see the countless nights when passion stayed up late. So find the thing that moves you, the thing that lights your soul, the thing you'd still be doing even without a goal, and give yourself completely to the road you're walking on. Because practice builds the skill, but passion builds the person who refuses to be gone. Tomorrow always looks distant, like there will still be time. Another chance to change yourself, another sunrise to climb. So we keep saying later, while moments slip away. Dreams grow quieter slowly, waiting for someday. But life is not tomorrow, it never truly was. The future starts this instant, inside the things we does. One honest step this morning can change 1,000 nights. One brave choice made today can completely shift a life. Because today is precious, more than we understand. A single day fully lived can reshape who we are. Today is worth more than 2 tomorrows waiting for. Because action in this moment decides who we become. Not promises of someday, not dreams left in the dark, but what we choose this morning with the beating of our hearts. I used to waste my daylight thinking time would always stay, pushing dreams into the distance, throwing little hours away. I thought motivation later, somehow rescue me. But tomorrow kept arriving, still carrying the same empty me. That's when I finally realized the future isn't found ahead. It's quietly being created by the life we live instead. Right now in tired mornings, right now through fear and doubt, right now when nobody notices what we are becoming now. Because one day lived with courage outweighs endless plans, and one small action taken is stronger than imagined hands. A single page completed, a single fear faced through, a single act of kindness can change the world in you. That's why time matters deeply. That's why mornings carry gold. Every sunrise is a doorway that may never again unfold. And honestly, maybe tragedy is not failing once or twice, but endlessly postponing life until there's no more time. So don't wait for perfect timing. Don't wait till fear is gone. The people who transform their lives start before they feel strong. Today already matters more than tomorrow's dream, because reality is built here, not somewhere unseen. So breathe in this morning, protect this passing light, because this ordinary moment may define your entire life. And one day, looking backward, you may finally understand. A single day lived fully was worth more than all the tomorrows left only in your hands.
They told me not to risk it, to stay where it was safe. Don't make mistakes, don't stumble, don't leave the path they paved. So I built walls around my dreams to protect them from the fall. But hidden behind that safety, nothing grew at all. Because a bird that's scared of falling will never learn to fly, and a heart afraid of failure will never touch the sky. I thought success meant perfection, getting everything right, never making wrong decisions, never losing a fight. But life laughed at that illusion and showed me something true. The people who change the world are the ones who dare to lose. Great success is born from the freedom to fail, from the courage to keep going when your first attempt derails, from taking chances boldly without knowing how it ends. 'Cause every great achievement begins where certainty ends. I remember doors that closed on me, dreams that crashed and burned, plans that disappeared overnight. After all the time I'd earned, at first I called them failures, at first I felt ashamed, but every scar was teaching patience, another taught me grit, another taught me who I was when I refused to quit. And slowly I discovered what winners understand. Failure isn't the opposite of success, it's part of a plan. A sculptor chips away at stone, a sailor fights the sea, a mountain climber slips sometimes before reaching what they see. Nobody reaches greatness by avoiding every fall. The highest peaks are conquered by those who risk it all. And honestly, the tragedy isn't failing once or twice, it's living inside fear forever and never paying the price of trying, of risking, of believing in a dream, even when the odds are laughing and nothing's as it seems. Because every invention, every masterpiece we know was born from countless failures the world will never know. Behind every shining victory, there are stories left untold of mistakes, doubts, and setbacks that slowly turn to gold. So don't fear being wrong, don't fear losing your way. The road to something extraordinary was never built in a day. And don't let perfection steal your chance to begin, because the people who succeed are simply those who stay in. The game after the losses, the fight after the pain, the journey after failure, again and again and again. So spread your wings and risk it, let the future hear your name. Because greatness has always belonged to those who were free enough to fail. Some people spend forever waiting for the perfect sign to come, staring at unopened doors while the years keep moving on. They blame the stars above them, blame fate, blame circumstance, but destiny rarely visits the hearts too afraid to dance. Because life doesn't reward hesitation or dreams locked safely away. The world begins to move for you the moment you move your way. Fortune favors the fearless, the ones who dare to leap, the ones who run toward the storm while others stay asleep. Luck follows motion, not fear disguised as caution. And destiny wakes up for hearts that choose action. I used to think successful people were simply chosen somehow, touched by lucky timing, while I stayed lost in the crowd. But then I looked closer at the stories they survived, and every single breakthrough started when they risked their lives. They made the call, boarded the plane, spoke the truth, walked through the rain, applied before they felt ready, tried before certainty arrived. And somehow fate kept meeting them on the road where courage thrives. Because opportunities appear to people already moving, not to souls standing frozen, waiting for proof before choosing. The universe seems to whisper to those willing to dare, since you trusted the unknown, I'll meet you halfway there. music from above. Maybe luck is simply courage. Repeat it long enough. Repeat it through rejection. Repeat it through fear. Repeat it until the impossible finally starts drawing near. I remember moments clearly when terror filled my chest, standing at the edge of change, unsure if I'd survive the test. But every time I stepped anyway, even while shaking inside, something unexpected happened. Life opened a little wider each time. New people appeared suddenly, new roads I couldn't see before. Because movement creates encounters that waiting never does. That's why brave hearts grow faster. That's why dreamers eventually rise. Not because they never fail, but because they keep throwing themselves toward life. Fortune doesn't belong to people hiding from risk. It belongs to those willing to gamble comfort for possibility's kiss. So if your heart feels called towards something wild and true, don't wait for permission. The next chapter waits for you. Jump before you know everything. Move before fear disappears. Because destiny is always love. The soul that volunteers, the soul that says I may fall, but I refuse not to try it all. And maybe that's the secret hidden inside the climb. The universe starts responding the moment courage decides to stop watching life from a distance and finally enter the flame. Because fate begins shifting for the person bold enough to change. Fortune favors the fearless, the ones alive enough to move. And the future belongs forever to hearts brave enough to choose.
Yeah. People say life shapes your dreams through the roads that you go through the places that you stumble, and the things that happen to you. But I've seen something different in the stories that inspire, the ones who change their destiny were driven by a fire, a dream that wouldn't leave them, a vision they could see long before the world believed it, long before reality. Because life doesn't create the dream creates the life. It gives meaning to the struggle and purpose to the fight. A dream becomes a compass when the night is cold and long, a reason to keep moving when everything feels wrong. I remember being lost once, walking without a plan, living day to day in circles, not knowing who I am. The days all looked the same then, the future felt unclear. I was surviving every moment, but not really living here. Then something woke inside me, a picture in my mind, not a guarantee of success, just a purpose I could find. And suddenly the mornings changed, the hours gained a name, the road became a journey instead of just a game. Because a dream can turn a word into someone building hope. A dream can turn a failure into someone and sublime. The mountain doesn't move you until you choose a peak. The ocean doesn't guide you until the shore you seek. And people are no different. We need to start a chase, a reason to keep growing through every season we face. Honestly, the saddest thing is not a dream unrealized. It's never having something that truly lights your eyes. Something worth protecting, something worth the pain, something that keeps calling you again and again and again. Because dreams aren't decorations, they're engines for the soul. They're what turns simple existence into a meaningful goal. They teach us how to sacrifice, how to learn and how to grow, how to keep believing forward when we cannot clearly know. So never underestimate the dream inside your heart. It may look small today, but that's where future start. The life you're gonna live tomorrow, the person you'll become, the road you'll choose to travel, and the victories you'll win all begin with a dream. Because life doesn't create great dreams. Great dreams create great lives.
The world keeps handing out mirrors, showing who you should become. Be stronger, faster, prettier, always chasing someone. 1,000 voices calling from every screen and light, telling you you're not enough unless you win the fight. So you wear 100 faces, trying to belong somehow, forgetting who you really are beneath the noise somehow. And every time you change yourself to fit somebody else's view, a little piece of your heart wonders what happened to the real me too. But listen closely, you don't have to be anyone else. You don't have to play a part. You don't have to earn your value by breaking your own heart. The world already has everyone else. What it needs is you, not a copy of another life, but the person honest and true. I remember chasing shadows, trying to become enough, comparing every weakness to somebody else's strength. I thought if I changed everything, maybe I'd finally belong. Maybe I deserve the happiness I'd wanted all along. But the harder I kept pretending, the more empty I became. Because no matter how well I acted, it never felt the same. Then one quiet day I realized a truth both simple and deep. The things I called my flaws were part of what made me me. My scars taught me compassion, my failures taught me grace, my doubts taught me humility, my tears shaped my face. The road that I have traveled, no one else could walk. The dreams inside my spirit, no one else could talk. A flower doesn't apologize for blooming as a rose. A star doesn't envy another for how brightly it glows. Nature never compares itself, it simply becomes what it is. And maybe we were meant to live with that same kind of peace. Honestly, the greatest freedom is letting go. because your worth was never hidden in achievements or plus. It lives inside your existence without conditions or because. So stop fighting your reflection, stop wishing you were new. The world may try to change you, but your greatest strength has always been that you are you. And maybe that's enough. No, maybe that's everything. I used to stand beside my dreams like they belonged to someone else. Too afraid to trust the fire burning quietly in myself. Every voice kept saying, slow down, people like you never win. But something deep inside me whispered, you don't know until you begin. Before the world believes in you, you have to believe first to believe you can. And you're already halfway there. Every mountain starts to move the moment you decide to dare. Before the victory, before the sky turns bright, it starts inside your heart. The second you believe you might. Every hero once felt broken, every legend once felt fear. But the difference wasn't power, it was refusing to disappear. No dream grows without believing, no fire burns without a spark. And confidence is born in moments when you keep walking through the dark. The hardest step is not the climb, it's telling yourself this dream is mine. Believe you can, and you're already halfway there. Every scar becomes a lesson, every failure builds the stairs. The road is never easy, but doubt won't take you far. The future starts the moment you trust who you are. Yeah, I know the fear gets loud, I know the nights that break you down. But every dream that changed the world started with somebody saying, maybe I can. Believe you can, and you're already halfway there. Even when the world says no, keep breathing through the fear. Every star was once invisible, every flame began so small. But belief can turn a fragile heart into something unstoppable. Halfway there, halfway there. The moment you believe, halfway there.
There were days I walked in silence, staring only at the ground, counting every broken promise, every time I let myself down. The weight upon my shoulders felt heavier than the sky, and every step I took was followed by 1,000 whys. Why did it happen? Why did I lose? Why does life keep testing me? What do I have left to choose? And while I search for answers among the dust and rain, I almost miss the beauty waiting beyond the pain. If you keep your eyes down, you'll never see the rainbow shine. You'll never catch the colors hidden in the hardest times. Look up through the storm, look up through the tears. Sometimes hope is waiting just beyond your fears. I know the clouds can gather, I know the road gets rough, I know there are moments when surviving feels enough. But every storm that finds you cannot stay forever long. And even the darkest weather eventually moves on. The sky remembers sunlight even when it's out of sight. And hearts remember dreaming even through the longest night. That's why you must keep looking beyond what hurts today, because possibility is often found just outside the pain. A rainbow doesn't appear without the rain before, and strength is rarely born without fighting through war. The people who inspire us are not the ones untouched by grief. They're the ones who kept believing when they had no proof to believe. And honestly, the hardest thing is lifting up your eyes when disappointment teaches you to expect another goodbye. But that is where courage lives, not in pretending you're okay, but choosing to search for beauty even on a broken day. One glimpse toward the horizon, one reason to move on, one tiny spark of wonder can carry a soul through the storm. So don't let sorrow trap you, don't let regret decide. The whole world still exists above you, waiting on the other side. There are dreams you haven't touched yet, people you have yet to meet, songs that haven't found your heart, roads beneath your feet. And all of them are waiting beyond the clouds tonight, for the moment you finally choose to lift your eyes toward the light. Because rain may fill the heavens, and tears may blur your view, but if you keep looking upward, the rainbow will find you too.
They called him lucky when the spotlight found his name, when years of silent effort finally turned into fame. They saw the shining moment, the victory, the applause, but they never saw the mornings or the discipline that caused it all. They called it fortunate when opportunity arrived, as if success appeared by magic didn't wake up early. Luck didn't stay up late. Luck didn't spend 1,000 nights preparing for that day. There's no such thing as lucky, not the way people say. Opportunity finds the people who have prepared for its day. The chance may come unexpectedly, but you'll only make it real if your hands are ready for it and your skills are made of steel. I remember watching others reach the places I desired, thinking fate had chosen them while my own dreams expired. But then I looked much closer beyond the surface view and found years of unseen effort hidden underneath what they do. Hours nobody witnessed, failures nobody praised, sacrifices left unnoticed through ordinary days. The world sees a breakthrough, but rarely sees the climb. The years spent building quietly, one step at a time. A farmer prepares the soil before the rain arrives. A sailor studies the ocean before setting sail for life. A musician practices alone long before the crowd appears. A champion trains in darkness for countless unseen years. And maybe that's the secret most people overlook. Success isn't finding a chance, it's being ready when it comes and knocks. Because opportunity is everywhere, but readiness is rare. Many people meet the moment, yet discover they're unprepared. Honestly, the biggest difference between dreaming and achieving is not talent, fate, or fortune. It's preparation and believing. Believing enough to work today for a future still unseen. Believing enough to sacrifice for a distant dream. One more lesson learned, one more skill refined, one more hour invested when nobody's keeping time. Those moments become foundations, strong enough to hold success when opportunity finally arrives and puts you to the test. So don't wait for luck to find you. Don't leave your future to chance. Build yourself every single day and be ready when life asks you to dance. Because someday a door will open that others never see, and they'll call you lucky, but you'll know the truth. That moment was earned by every unseen effort that came before it. Before the cities touch the sky, before we learn the stars could guide, before the songs, before the fire, there was only one thing: desire. A picture forming in the dark, a fragile thought inside the heart. And from that spark the world was changed by minds refusing to stay the same. Every bridge, every machine was once invisible, unseen. The world is shaped by what we dream, by visions no one else has seen. Every future starts as a light inside imagination's eyes. We build tomorrow in the mind, long before it comes alive. Some imagine peace and grace, others built walls filled with hate. Because imagination cuts both 'Cause every revolution starts inside a restless heart. So let your mind run wild tonight. That's how the world learns how to rise. Every dream you carry now may become somebody's future somehow. And maybe humanity's greatest art is creating worlds before they start. The stars above were once unknown. Now they live inside our homes because somewhere someone dared to imagine.
Everybody wants to matter. Everybody wants respect. Even the strongest person carries invisible regrets. You never know the battles someone hides behind their eyes. How much shame they've swallowed just trying to survive. And maybe being human is simpler than we think. Not power, fame, or glory, but kindness at the brink. The most human thing you can do is never make someone feel small. Never use another person's weakness just to stand tall. Because dignity is fragile and hearts bruise easily. Sometimes a single moment stays forever silently. I remember being younger, feeling laughed at in a room, wanting to disappear completely like shame consumed all the air too soon. And years later I still carry the sound of careless words, not because they were loud, but because they deeply hurt. That's when I understood how powerful people can be, not by breaking someone down, but protecting their humanity. The strongest souls I've known were never cruel or proud. They made nervous people comfortable. Even inside a crowd, they listened without judgment. They spoke without attack. And once they gave you a dignity, you never forgot that. Because embarrassment cuts deeply long after moments end, and kindness leaves a warmth that people carry with them. The most human thing you can do is let people keep their light, even when they stumble, even when they're not alright. Not exposing every weakness, not turning pain to entertainment, but creating little spaces where people feel safe again. Maybe love looks like patience, maybe respect looks soft, maybe humanity is found in the moments no one talks about, like helping someone quietly without needing praise, or changing the subject gently to save somebody's face. Because everyone is fighting something hard to name, and nobody deserves to drown inside their shame. The world already wounds enough without us adding more.
So why not become the kind of person who helps people breathe once more? I don't wanna leave behind a trail of broken pride. I wanna be remembered as someone safe inside, someone who saw embarrassment and chose compassion instead, someone who understood how heavy words can get. The most human thing you can do is protect another soul, not because they earned it, but because you know what it feels like to tremble, what it feels like to fall, and how one gentle person can heal it all. So I'll choose softer hands, softer words tonight, because making someone feel seen is its own kind of light. And maybe real humanity is beautifully small, just making sure nobody feels ashamed at all. We wear different faces, different names and lives, different kinds of brokenness, different kinds of pride. Some are chasing money, some are chasing love, some are searching for a reason written in the stars above. But underneath the noise, under every disguise, there's a human heart beating, trying to survive. We all wanna be loved, we all wanna be loved, we all wanna feel like our lives mean something strong. Different roads, different stories, different ways we try, but every soul is reaching under the same sky. A child cries in silence, a stranger hides their pain. A mother fears tomorrow, a dreamer fights the rain. And no matter where we come from, no matter what we own, everybody knows the feeling of not wanting to be alone. We all fear losing, we all fear goodbye, we all search for meaning before our final night. Some hide it behind anger, some bury it in fame, but everybody's looking for not just looked at and passed. We all wanna believe something beautiful can last. Different colors, different languages, different ways we pray, but the human heart still trembles in the very same way. I used to think people were worlds apart, till I look close enough to recognize the heart. The rich still feel empty, the strong still break, the loudest people smiling still lie awake. Because being human means needing hope, needing connection, just trying to cope. And maybe if we remembered how alike we are, we'd stop turning
that behind every pair of eyes lives a life trying to survive. Different dreams, different pain, but the same heartbeat runs through every vein. And maybe that's the truth, hidden from the start. The world changes completely when we see each other's hearts. Under the same sky, under the same stars, every human being isn't so far apart. We all wanna live, we all wanna live, we all wanna heal, we all wanna heal, we all wanna know that what we feel is real. And maybe hope survives, not because we're strong, but because deep inside we all want the same things all along.
Before we learn to touch the stars, we first imagine where they are. Before the bridges cross the sea, someone dreamed what could not be seen. A fragile mind, a restless soul, questioning what others told. And from that quiet inner flame, the whole wide world began to change. We are small beneath the sky, but thought is where our greatness hides. Man's greatness lives inside the mind, in the courage to question why, to dream beyond the fear we know, to seek what no one else has shown. Because the strongest force on earth begins inside a single thought at birth. Empires fall and bodies fade, but ideas echo through the ages. One thought can heal, one thought can break, one thought can bend the course of fate. We build ourselves through what we think. Every rise begins within, and every truth we've ever found started as a whispered sound. The world is changed not only by hands, but by the minds that dare expand. Greatness isn't only power or standing tall above the crowd. It's seeing deeper through the dark and carrying light inside the heart. Because humanity survives through those who dare to think alive. What if thinking is our freedom? The one thing no chain can weaken, the ability to imagine more than the world has seen before. 'Cause every revolution starts in someone's hidden heart. So I'll protect the fire inside, the endless need to question life, not satisfied with staying still, always reaching further still. Because the greatest thing we are is minds that reach beyond the stars. The night was silent, vast, unknown, but somewhere thought became our home. And from that tiny human spark, we lit the dark. I used to measure my reflection against every face I saw. Someone richer, someone stronger, someone living without flaws. Every victory felt smaller, every dream seemed far away, because somebody else was shining in a brighter kind of way. I kept comparing chapters to stories not my own, forgetting every flower blooms in a season of its own. And little by little I lost sight of who I was, trying to become another life instead of becoming enough. But one day I heard a whisper, quiet as the morning sky. You were never made to be them, you were made to be your own light. Don't compare yourself to anyone beneath the sun. Your path was never meant to be the same as someone else's run, because every soul is different, every heart was born unique, and comparing your life to theirs only makes your spirit weak. I remember looking upward at people far ahead, thinking they had all the answers while I fought battles in my head. But then I learned a secret the world rarely lets us see. Even the people we admire carry struggles silently. The mountain that they climb is not the one beneath your feet. The lessons they must learn are not the ones you need. So I compare your journey to roads you've never walked. Why judge your own beginning by another person's top? A rose does not envy the oak tree, the ocean doesn't envy the stars. Nature never apologizes for becoming what they are. Yet we spend years forgetting the beauty that we hold, trading self-respect for envy and silver, for borrowed gold. And honestly, comparison is a thief dressed like a friend. It steals today's blessings while promising more. Around the bend, it makes you blind to progress, blind to how far you've come, blind to the quiet victories already won. The courage to keep trying, the strength to stand again, the wisdom earned through hardship, the scars that taught you when these things are yours alone. No one else can claim them too, because nobody else has lived the exact life lived by you. So stop measuring your worth against another soul's design. The stars don't compete with the moon, yet both still shine. And maybe true freedom begins the moment you finally see you were never born to be better than somebody else. You were born to become the fullest version of who you're meant to be. I used to think that winning and standing above the crowd, collecting praise and trophies, hearing my name called loud. I thought the battle waited somewhere outside of me, and rivals and in obstacles and places I could see. But every time I stumbled, every time I lost my way, I met an enemy far stronger than anyone I could face. The voice that whispered, quit now. The fear that said, you're done. The doubt that built its kingdom away from everyone. The hardest fight you'll ever fight is the one within your soul. The battle between who you are and who you could become. To conquer yourself is victory, greater than any crown. Because the strongest chains are often the ones that can't be found. I remember countless mornings choosing comfort over growth, choosing safety over purpose, breaking promises I wrote. Not because I lacked potential, not because I lacked a dream, but because the hardest mountain was standing inside me. A mountain made of excuses, a mountain built by fear, a mountain saying someday, year after year after year. No one else could climb it, no one else could take that step. The war for my own future was mine and mine to accept. One more hour of discipline, one more fear faced through, one more promise kept to myself when nobody else knew. That's how victories are born, not only on grand stages, but in silent moments hidden inside ordinary pages. A champion isn't someone who never falls apart. It's someone who keeps standing up and guards their own heart. Because every great achievement first begins within. The person who masters themselves can master anything. Honestly, the world may never see your most important fight. The battle against laziness, the battle against fright, the battle against giving up when dreams feel far away, the battle against becoming less than what you're meant to be someday. But those victories matter most, even if they're unseen, because they shape the person standing behind the dream. So don't measure your success only by what others see. Measure it by how often you defeat the weaker version of me, the version that wants to surrender, the version afraid to try, the version that forgets its purpose and lets ambition die. Fight that battle bravely again and again each day. For the greatest victory in life is not defeating another person, it's becoming stronger than the person you were yesterday.
body wants a miracle, a sudden leap, a giant change. To wake up one bright morning and find their whole life rearranged. But mountains aren't moved in moments, and forests don't grow overnight. The strongest things are built slowly through ordinary fights. Not by giving everything until you burn away, but by giving just a little more than yesterday. Just a little more, that's all you have to do. One small step of courage, one promise followed through. Just a little more, every single day, and someday you'll be amazed how far you've come this way. I used to wait for motivation to strike me like a flame, thinking I needed perfect energy before I could change. But perfect days were rare, and inspiration came and went. So dreams stayed trapped inside me by good intentions spent. Then life taught me a lesson, simple, quiet, true. You don't need heroic effort to become somebody new. Read one more page, walk one more mile, practice 10 more minutes, stay a little while. Send that message, write that song, try again tomorrow even when it feels wrong. Because greatness hides itself inside the things that seem too small, and little efforts multiplied eventually change it all. A river carves a canyon, one drop at a time. A sunrise fills the heavens, one ray at a time. And people build their futures exactly the same way, with tiny acts of discipline repeated every day. Honestly, the secret isn't talent or luck alone. It's showing up consistently when nobody else has shown. It's choosing progress over comfort, growth over easy rest. Not perfection every morning, just doing your small best. Some days you'll only manage a single step ahead, but one step is still movement, and movement is not dead. So don't wait for the perfect moment, don't wait till fear is gone. The people who achieve their dreams simply keep moving on. A little stronger, a little wiser, a little closer to the light. One ordinary effort on an ordinary night. And one day looking backward, you finally understand the life you always dreamed about was never built in one grand moment. It was built just a little more, day after day, with your own two hands. Yeah. The sun comes up each morning, another day begins. A million hearts are beating, but not all of them are living. Some drift through endless hours, watching life pass by, holding dreams inside their hands, yet never asking why. They wait for perfect timing, they wait for perfect timing. They wait for fear to leave, simply staying alive, making it through the hard days, trying somehow to survive. But something felt unfinished, like a song without a sound. A fire locked inside me, oh, that never could get out. Then one day I realized the truth I missed for years. Life is not measured by heartbeats, but by courage through your fears, by the roads you choose to travel, by the chances that you take, by the times you keep believing after every heartbreak. A bird is meant for flying, a river for the sea, and every human spirit was made to become free. Free to chase a vision, free to build and create, free to write a story instead of blaming fate. Honestly, the saddest thing is not that life will end, it's reaching the final chapter, with pages left unwritten, words left unsaid, dreams left untouched, a heart that never discovered how much it could become. Because action is the language that transforms hope into real, the bridge between imagination and the life you truly feel. One step can start a journey, one choice can change a year, one act of courage today can reshape your atmosphere. So don't just count your days, make your days count instead. Don't just watch the world move forward with it yourself. Speak when your heart is calling, create when inspiration burns. Love with everything you have and never stop to learn. Because life was never meant to be spent standing still. You're alive for a reason. You're alive for a reason. You're alive for a reason. Living is acting on the dreams inside your soul.
I spent years behind locked doors, afraid of what the world held more. Every dream I tried to hold felt dangerous outside my soul. So I stayed where it felt safe, built my life inside a cage, and little by little I became a shadow wearing my own name. Fear promises it keeps you whole, but slowly it empties out your soul. How little light can truly grow inside a heart afraid to go. Fear may keep you from the pain, but it keeps you small the same. 'Cause nothing great was ever born from hiding safely from the storm. I've seen people lose their fire, not from failure but from fear. Too afraid to speak their truth, too afraid to become new. And every chance we leave behind still echoes softly through the mind. Not because we know we'd win, but because we never entered in. The safest road may look alright, but it slowly steals your light. How little can be built with doubt when fear keeps shutting every door down. The soul was made to stretch and break, to risk, to love, to recreate. 'Cause courage isn't having none, it's moving while fear still comes. What if fear never disappeared? will see. Fear took more than failure ever could from me. The night still whispers in my ear, but I won't live beneath my fear, because somewhere beyond the doubt, my real life waits. I used to bend the truth sometimes, to keep the peace, to save my pride. A softer lie, a careful mask, just enough to make things last. And maybe it worked for a little while, like cracked glass dressed up with a smile. But every word that wasn't real left something broken underneath. Because the truth may hurt at first, but lies only make it worse. Honesty may cost you now, but it lets your soul breathe somehow. No hiding shadows in the dark, no carrying secrets in your heart. Because peace begins the day you stop running from what's true to say. I've seen people build their lives on things they knew were all disguised, and every wall they tried to raise only trapped them in their maze. But there's freedom in simple words, even when they sometimes hurt. A quiet strength in standing clear without pretending through the fear. Truth is still more kind than a beautiful lie over time. Honesty is not perfection, it's choosing truth over protection. It's saying what your heart can hold, even when your voice feels cold. 'Cause the strongest kind of peace comes when you have nothing left to hide beneath. What if truth is not a weapon, but a way back to ourselves again? Not flawless, not without pain, but real enough to remain. 'Cause trust is built so slowly and broken so easily. So I'll speak the truth I know, even when my hands still shake below. I'd rather lose while being real than win behind something concealed. 'Cause at the end of every road, a clear heart is worth more than gold. The night grew lighter after truth, no disguise left to hold on to. And for the first time in a while, I could finally breathe. I fought shadows in the silence, felt my heartbeat losing air. Not from monsters in the darkness, but the ones inside my head. Every what if kept me frozen, every doubt became a shame. I was terrified of failure, terrified of feeling pain. And the more I tried to run away, the more the fear began to stay. The thing I fear the most is fear itself, the voice that turns my heaven into hell. The walls it builds inside my mind, the way it steals my life with time. It whispers, don't move, don't try, stay small, stay safe tonight. But I won't spend my whole life hiding from fear itself. From fear itself, I've seen fear destroy the dreamers long before the world could try. Watched it turn bright hearts to silence, watched ambition slowly die. Not because they lacked the power, not because they weren't enough, but because fear kept convincing them they should never rise above. Fear grows stronger when obeyed, but weaker every time we face it. The thing I fear the most is fear itself, the prison built inside myself. Every second standing still lets the darkness shape my will. It tells me I'm too broken now, too weak to make it out somehow. But I won't let my fear decide the meaning of my life. Yeah, I know the shaking hands, I know the nights you barely stand, but courage isn't having no fear. It's moving while it's still right here. Maybe freedom finally starts the moment fear no longer owns your heart. The thing I fear the most is fear itself. But tonight I choose somebody else, the version of me strong enough to rise above the doubt. Every scar and every cry, every time I still survive, proves fear never had the right to rule my life tonight. Fear itself won't own me now, not tonight.
They laughed when it was spoken, said it could never be done. Too strange, too wild, too foolish to become anything at all. The dream looked unrealistic, the plan looked far too bold, and common sense kept whispering, stay safe, do what you're told. So many brilliant ideas die before they're born, not because they lack potential, but because action never comes. 1,000 dreams stay trapped forever inside a fearful mind, waiting for the perfect moment they'll never truly find. Because even the craziest idea can change the world someday, but only if someone stands up and chooses not to walk away. The world doesn't change through wishing, it doesn't change through doubt. It changes when somebody dares to act on what they're dreaming about. I used to wait for certainty, wanted proof before I'd start, wanted every answer written before I follow my heart. But certainty is a mirage, it disappears when you get near, and every great adventure starts with a step through fear. airplane was impossible. The light bulb seemed absurd. The greatest changes in history began with a single word. What if we tried? What if we failed? What if we kept moving anyway? Because failure isn't fatal, but inaction steals years away. A dream without movement is only a passing thought. A vision without courage will never become what it's not. That's why action matters more than perfection ever could. A flawed beginning today is better than waiting for good. One step can start a movement. One voice can start a song. One person brave enough to act can prove the whole world wrong. And honestly, the saddest thing is not falling when you try. It's reaching the end of your story and wondering, what if I spoken louder? What if I taken the chance? What if I trusted my idea instead of fear's demands? So don't be ashamed of dreaming. Don't apologize for your vision. The future belongs to people who choose courageous decisions. People called crazy today often become tomorrow's guy because they acted while others only watched from the side. So take that ridiculous dream, that impossible looking plan, and give it a chance to breathe with your own two hands. Because the world has never changed by those who simply obey. It changes when someone acts on an idea everyone else was too afraid to say. Everybody wants the highlight, the moment they arrive, the headline, the victory, the proof they survived. But nobody sees the shaking hands, the nights that almost broke, the 100 failures hidden behind one shining hope. I used to think that falling meant I lost my way, like every wrong turn proved I should be afraid. But every scar I carry, every mistake I made, was pushing me much closer to the person I became. People fall forward to success, not backward, not standing still. You stumble toward the mountain, you climb through every hill. Every wrong step teaches, every bruise reveals that failure isn't the opposite, it's part of something real. I try to walk perfectly, never missing the line, but fear made me smaller every single time. Because safe roads teach nothing,
comfort never grows, and people who never fall never really know what they are capable of, know how strong they can be, know how much exists beyond their insecurity. People fall forward to success through the dirt and pain, through the awkward beginnings, through the endless rain. Nobody rises cleanly, nobody gets there smooth. The people who change their lives are the ones who move. Move while uncertain, move while ashamed, move while doubting, move anyway, because the ground you fall on can become the road, and every failure slowly turns into gold. I've seen broken dreamers become stronger than before, because failure forced them to open a different door. Sometimes the collapse is the reason you rise. Sometimes losing everything helps you see with new eyes, and maybe that's the secret. Nobody explains success isn't avoiding failure, it's surviving it again and again. It's getting up embarrassed, still choosing to believe, still carrying the vision you refuse to leave. People fall forward to success, that's how it's done. Nobody reaches greatness by trying to run. You fall into wisdom, you fall into truth, you fall enough times till fear loses you. So let me fall forward, let me bleed and learn. Let every wrong direction become another turn, because I'd rather fail moving than freeze in place. I'd rather chase the dream than never leave the gate. And one day all these failures will look different somehow, not like proof I was weak, but proof I didn't bow. People fall forward to success, that's how souls are made. Not through perfect victories, but through refusing to fade. So if I fall tomorrow, I'll still rise again, because every fall forward brings me closer to the end. The city teaches quickly how to hide your fear, how to walk through heartbreak like nothing touched you here. You learn to build armor, learn to never break, because the world keeps moving no matter what it takes. And if you're too fragile, the night can swallow you whole. So you sharpen your edges just to survive it all. You gotta be tough to stay alive, strong enough to carry pain and still survive. But if you lose your kindness somewhere in the fight, then what's the point of breathing if your soul has lost its life? empty laughter, hearts turned into machines. They survived every battle, never bowed to fear. But somewhere in the process, they disappeared. Because surviving isn't living, not completely anyway. If your heart becomes too numb to feel another person's pain, strength without compassion turns dangerous with time, and power without mercy can slowly rock the mind. You gotta be tough, the world won't wait. Sometimes life hits harder than love can compensate. But if you can't stay gentle, even after scars, then all your victories won't heal who you are. I used to think toughness meant never needing help, never crying openly, always handling it myself. But the strongest people I've known were soft without shame. They could carry heavy storms without passing on the pain. They knew when to fight and when to hold a hand. Knew strength isn't cruelty, it's choosing to understand. Because kindness takes courage in a world this rough. Anybody can become bitter after life gets tough. But to stay warm-hearted after all the damage done, that's a different kind of strength most people never become. The world doesn't need more people trying hard to dominate. It needs people strong enough to stop the cycle of hate. Strong enough to forgive, strong enough to care, strong enough to protect without needing fear. You gotta be tough, to face this life. But tenderness is proof your soul survived. And maybe being human means carrying both somehow. Steel inside your backbone and gentleness somehow. Because children need safety, broken hearts need grace, and no one heals completely from anger in another face. So I'll learn to stay standing without becoming stone. I'll learn to hold compassion even when I feel alone. Because surviving means little if love disappears, and strength means nothing if nobody feels safe near you here. You gotta be tough, but never lose your heart. That's the balance life demands from the very start. And maybe the strongest people at the end of all this time are the ones who stayed human while surviving the night. I used to wear my anger like armor on my chest, holding on to every wound like pain proved I was strong instead. I replayed every moment, every word that cut too deep,
thinking if I held the hurt, then I would never look weak. But bitterness grows heavy the longer that it stays, and revenge becomes a prison built from yesterday. The weakest hearts hold hatred like it keeps them safe inside, but strength is learning how to loosen your own pride. Forgiveness isn't weakness, it's the strongest thing to do, 'cause letting go of pain takes more strength than holding on to it too. Anyone can stay angry, anyone can blame, but it takes a powerful soul to walk away unchanged by hate. I thought forgiving meant pretending nothing hurt, like I had to erase the scars or bury what occurred. But forgiveness isn't silence, and it doesn't mean it's fine. It means I won't let your darkness become part of mine, because pain spreads easily from wounded hand to hand, and broken people often try to make others understand. But someone has to end it, someone has to choose to stop passing down the poison that everybody else refuses to lose. The weakest hearts need enemies, need someone else to blame, but stronger souls find peace without feeding the flame. Oh, forgiveness isn't weakness, it's freedom in disguise. It's refusing to let resentment control your entire life. It's saying you hurt me deeply, but I won't live in chains. I won't carry your shadow through every future day. I've seen people destroyed slowly by anger they protect, turning old pain into identity till they forget themselves. And honestly, that scares me more than being betrayed, to become so consumed by hurt that kindness fades away. Because strength isn't domination or making others fall. Sometimes strength is simply still having love at all, still being gentle afterward, still choosing not to harden, still believing human hearts deserve another pardon. Maybe forgiveness heals the person giving it to. Maybe letting go of hatred lets your own soul breathe through. Not because the wound was small, not because the pain was light, but because your spirit matters more than winning every fight. The strongest people I've known were never cruel or loud. They carried pain with dignity without turning bitter or proud. And somehow their softness felt stronger than rage, like peace itself was power, quietly standing on the stage. Forgiveness isn't weakness, it's courage at its peak, because only strong hearts can stay gentle after grief. So I'll put down the anger before it buries me alive, because I'd rather lose the hatred than lose the person inside. And maybe that's true strength at the end of every storm. Not how hard you learn to fight, but how human you remain through it all.
I used to think the stars were born, different hearts, different forms, like greatness fell from somewhere high, only meant for certain lives. But every story that I read had sleepless nights beneath success. Every hero, every name, walk through fire, walk through pain. Nothing rises from the air, there are footprints leading there. Success leaves clues behind, in the habits and the sacrifice, in the people who kept going on long after the light was gone. If you look close enough, you'll find the path was never blind. The early mornings, lonely roads, the doubts nobody else was told, the failures hidden under fame, the 1,000 times they stayed the same. Not magic, not destiny, just ordinary consistency, and hearts refusing to let go, and nobody believed at all. The answers aren't impossible to see, they're hidden in discipline quietly. Success leaves traces in the dark, tiny sparks inside the heart. The way they fall and rise again, the way they build through broken ends. Nothing great appears by chance, it grows through repeated hands. What if success is less about talent and more about what you repeat? The little choices every day nobody applauds or sees, because greatness whispers first before the world calls it success. So I'll study every scar, every dream that traveled far, not to copy someone else, but to understand myself, because every life that truly shines leaves a map behind. The clues are written everywhere, in patience, pain, and stubborn care. And maybe success has always been a trail for us to follow in.
I used to chase the answers in places far away, thinking happiness was waiting at the end of some perfect day. I thought it lived in victories, in things that I could own, in the praise of other people, or never being alone. So I kept running faster toward a distant line, believing joy was something I would find in time. But every dream I reached for only moved the goal ahead, and the happiness I waited for never arrived instead. Then life whispered softly a truth I couldn't avoid. No one else can decide
so feel right. Happiness is not a place waiting somewhere new. It's a choice you make each morning about how you'll see the truth. I remember watching sunsets without ever seeing the sky, thinking only of tomorrow while today passed me by. I overlooked the small things, the moments I was given free, a laugh, a song, a friendship, the simple gift of being me. And honestly, that's the strange thing about the joy we seek. It often lives in ordinary days instead of mountain peaks. Not because life is perfect, not because pain disappears, but because happiness can exist even through difficult years. A flower blooms in silence without asking who approves. A bird sings in the morning without wondering who will choose. And maybe we are meant to learn what nature already knows. Peace begins the moment you stop letting others vote on what your life should look like, or what success should be. The happiest people aren't always rich, they're often simply free. Free from endless comparison, free from needing more, free to love the life they have instead of chasing another shore. Because happiness isn't handed to you by luck or destiny. It's created by perspective and the way you choose to see. So smile at the little victories, treasure the people near. Be grateful for this moment, because this moment is here. And when the world tells you what should make you whole, listen to your own heart before you listen to the crowd's control. Because at the end of the day, through every rise and fall, only you can decide if your life is beautiful. Only you can decide if you are happy at all.
I used to fear the falling, the sting of getting it wrong, the laughter of the doubters, saying I didn't belong. So I waited for perfection, for the perfect time to start, holding dreams inside my hands, but never trusting my heart. I studied every possibility, measured every risk, until the years began to pass and I realized this: failure isn't the enemy, it never was the end. The people who achieve their dreams are those who try again. The opposite of success isn't failing on the way, it's standing still forever while your dreams slowly fade away. Because every great story starts with a first attempt, and every victory you've ever seen was once uncertain and unspent. A singer misses notes, a runner loses races, a builder makes mistakes before creating lasting places. The mountain doesn't care how many times you fall, it only asks one question: will you answer the call? I remember opportunity opportunities I almost let go by, not because I couldn't do them, but because I feared to try. And honestly, those moments still echo in my mind. Not the failures I experienced, but the chances left behind. The words I never spoke, the roads I never took, the dreams I left untouched like unread pages in a book. Because action creates possibilities even when it goes wrong, but inaction builds regrets that can last a lifetime long. A missed shot teaches aim, a lost game teaches fight. The setback teaches wisdom and makes your future bright. But doing nothing teaches nothing except the weight of doubt, and leaves you wondering forever what your life could have been about. So don't be afraid of failure, don't fear the chance you'll lose. Fear becoming someone who never got to choose. Someone who let fear decide the shape of every day. Someone who watched from the sidelines as life slipped away. The brave are not the people who never feel afraid. They're the ones who move forward even when their confidence shakes. One attempt can change a future, one step can start a flame. One decision made today can redefine your name. So chase the dream that's calling, take the risk that's in your sight, because every meaningful life begins with the courage to try. And if you fall, get up again. That's how greatness is made. For the opposite of success is not failure, it's never starting in the first place. People think the brightest moments are the ones beneath the lights. The victories, the trophies, the beautiful, perfect nights, the standing ovations, the crowds that know your name, the feeling of arriving at the end of all the pain. But honestly, those moments fade faster than we think, and glory by itself can leave a soul empty at the brink. Because the deepest kind of brilliance isn't born from easy days. It's born when broken hearts decide to rise again through pain. The brightest moment of your life may come in the darkest place, when something inside your despair suddenly wakes. When hope returns through the ruins, when purpose cuts the night, when your exhausted soul remembers it still wants to fight. I remember sitting hopeless, certain life had lost its way. Every dream felt shattered, every color turned to gray. Nothing looked inspiring, nothing seemed alive, just disappointment echoing through every sleepless night. And then without warning, somewhere underneath the ache, a vision of tomorrow quietly began to wake. Not certainty, not comfort, not success already won, just a burning realization my life is not done. And somehow that small fire shining inside despair felt more beautiful than any victory I'd ever held before there. Because there's something sacred about a soul deciding to challenge life again after almost collapsing. That moment changes people more than applause ever will. The instant someone broken still chooses to climb uphill. The world sees the triumph later, but nobody sees the night where a lonely heart quietly decides to survive the fight. That's where greatness begins, not on stages filled with praise, but in hidden moments where hope turns through pain. When you're standing in the wreckage and still dare to dream again, when the future suddenly whispers you were made for more than the sand. That feeling is electric, more alive than victory itself, because rebirth feels different than success gathered for wealth. It feels like your soul awakening after years of sleep, like finally finding purpose buried underneath the grief. And maybe that's why suffering sometimes transforms a life, because people discover strength while surviving the night. Not because pain is beautiful, not because despair is kind, but because human beings are powerful enough to create light inside failure, inside heartbreak, inside the lowest ground. A felt you can still rise suddenly and turn everything around. So if you're lost tonight, if hope feels far away, remember the brightest fire may begin exactly this way. Not when everything is perfect, not when all your fears are gone, but when your tired heart decides it still wants to move on. Because the greatest moments in life are not always victories won. Sometimes they're the silent nights where a broken soul chooses to become someone. And in that moment, even despair cannot win, because the future has already begun deep within.
Everybody wants the spotlight, wants their name in lights, wants to be the chosen one, standing in the bright. But I've learned something quieter, something soft but true. The people who lift others up carry beauty too. You don't lose your light by letting someone shine. You don't become smaller by being kind. Give the flowers away, watch the fragrance stay. What you place in someone else's hands never fades away. Lift somebody higher, speak life into their soul, because generosity leaves traces long after letting go. I used to think success was proving I was enough, always chasing recognition, always needing love. But the happiest moments never came from praise. They came from seeing someone smile, because I helped them find their way. A quiet word of kindness, a hand when someone falls. Sometimes the smallest gesture becomes the biggest gift of all, because hearts remember warmth longer than applause, and kindness leaves a perfume no darkness can dissolve. Give the flowers away, sweetest parts of being human are found in helping others live. I remember people who believed in me first when my confidence was broken and my spirit hurt. They didn't gain attention, didn't ask for anything, but somehow their kindness still echoes within me. And now I understand why the present stayed, because goodness leaves a fragrance that never fully fades. The world teaches competition, teaches people to compare, but love grows differently when people truly care. There's enough light for everybody, enough sky for every star, and helping someone bloom doesn't dim who you are. Maybe that's the secret to a meaningful life, not how much you collect, but how much beauty you leave behind. Because selfishness disappears quickly, but kindness lingers on, like the scent of flowers long after they are gone. Give the flowers away, even if no one sees. The soul becomes softer through generosity. And maybe the most beautiful people are quietly this way, leaving traces of warmth in every life they touch each day. So I'll celebrate others without fear tonight, because love multiplies itself every time we give light. And when this life is over, I don't wanna be remembered for how loudly I was praised, but for how gently I helped others remember that they were worthy too, that they could still bloom. Because one kind heart can completely change a room. Give the flowers away, the fragrance stays with you.
I said words I didn't mean, like sparks thrown into gasoline. In the moment it felt right to let the darkness speak. That night, pride was louder than my heart, and anger tore the room apart. I watched love turn into smoke over sentences I never should have spoke. Fire feels powerful at first, until you see what it burns. Whatever starts in anger leaves ashes in the end, a wound that keeps on echoing long after voices end. Because rage may feel like strength, but it fades into regret. I've broken things with reckless hands, things I didn't understand, not because I meant them harm, but because pain can sound like war, and silence after all the noise feels heavier than the choice to stop, to breathe, to let things rest before turning hurt into a mess. Not every feeling needs a fight. Some storms pass if we don't ignite. Whatever grows from bitterness will eventually collapse. You can't build peace from sharpened words, or love from constant attacks. Because anger burns fast and bright, but leaves you cold at night. But leaves you cold at night. What if strength is not the flame, but the patience to walk away? Not winning every war you start, but protecting your own heart. Because some battles cost too much, even if you win them. the burn. The room grew quiet after the storm, and I saw what anger had done. So now before I strike the match, I'll remember the ashes.
They tell me I should slow down, take a break, breathe for a while. But they don't hear the fire inside me, burning every sleepless night. They call it obsession, like passion is something wrong. But when your soul finds purpose, how could you not hold on? What's so wrong with spending every hour doing what I love? Even 24 hours still never feels enough. Because when your heart is alive, time disappears like rain, and every second created feels worth the joy and pain. I could stay awake forever, chasing sounds inside my head, turning dreams into melodies long after others rest in bed. Not because I have to do it, not because I'm forced to try, but because something inside me would slowly die otherwise. People waste whole lifetimes living someone else's way, then laugh at those who sacrifice to spend their days creating. But I'd rather lose sleep honestly than lose my soul to fear, or rather burn with passion fully than disappear year by year. Because this life is far too short to live without desire, and the people who change the world are the ones consumed by fire. A fire that says keep building, a fire that says don't stop, even when the night grows colder, even when your body drops. And honestly, the strangest thing is no matter how much I do, the more I fall in love with this, the more unfinished dreams break through. One more song, one more vision, one more sleepless dawn. Because passion creates endless roads to continue walking on. Maybe that's what purpose means, not balance all the time, but loving something deeply enough to willingly give your life. Not in sadness, not in chains, but freely with your heart. Because true joy often looks like obsession from the start. So don't apologize for passion, don't shrink your burning soul. The world already has enough people living half awake and cold. If your heart found something real, protect it with everything. Because rare is the person who hears what their spirit sings. And if 24 hours still somehow feel too small, maybe that's proof you truly found the thing worth giving your all. Everybody loves you when the lights are on, when your words sound perfect, when nothing has gone wrong. Everybody cheers louder when you're winning the race, when confidence is written clearly on your face. But the truth about loyalty doesn't live in easy days. It reveals itself quietly when everything breaks. A real friend stays beside you even when you fall apart, even when you're wrong sometimes and drowning in the dark. Because standing with perfection is easy for anyone, but staying through the mess, that's where true love comes from. I remember nights I ruined conversations with my pride, moments I was difficult, trying to hide what hurt inside. And some people disappeared quickly the moment things got hard, but a few stayed close enough to see beyond the scars. Not excusing all my failures, not pretending I was right, but refusing to abandon me in the middle of the fight. The kind of love changes you more than praise ever could, because being fully seen and still accepted feels too good. Everybody celebrates you when the world agrees, but true friendship is revealed when life drops to your knees. When you're embarrassed, when you lose your way, when you become hard to handle and someone still stays, not because they love your mistakes, not because they're blind, but because they see your heart beyond one broken night. A real friend tells the truth even when it stings, but never makes you feel like you're beyond redeeming. They don't disappear quietly at the first imperfect scene, because they understand being human means becoming messy in between. And honestly, we all need someone who can hold both things at once. Someone who sees the flaws clearly, but still remembers who we are underneath it all. Because life will humble everybody sooner or later somehow. And one day you'll need somebody who won't leave you there alone and bow down. The strongest friendships aren't built on endless perfect days. They're built through forgiveness, through surviving harder waves, through arguments and healing, through truth that doesn't run, through choosing each other again after damage has been done. A real friend stays beside you, not only when you shine, but when shame fills the silence and you can't look them in the eyes. That kind of loyalty feels almost holy somehow, because it says I see your worst and I'm still here right now. Everybody loves the winner, everybody loves the winner, everybody claps for right, everybody claps for right. But true friendship reveals itself in the middle of the night. When you're broken, when you're human, when you've lost your way, and somebody chooses not to walk away. So if I become that person for somebody else someday, then maybe that's the deepest kind of love a human heart can give away. They told me what was possible. They drew a line for me, a place where dreams should safely end, a limit I should see. They said just do what's expected, just meet the standard set. But something deep inside me knew my story wasn't written yet, because expectations are comfortable, they keep the future small, a fence around potential, a ceiling over all. And if you only aim to meet them, you'll never truly know how far your heart can carry you, or how much you can grow. Expectations aren't meant to be met, they're meant to be surpassed. The greatest journeys start when you move beyond the past. Don't stop at what they think you are, don't stop at what they see. There is a version of yourself still waiting to be free. I remember being underestimated, watching doubt in people's eyes. They saw my present circumstances, but couldn't see my fire inside. And honestly, I don't blame them, because even I had days when fear convinced me quietly to settle for less along the way. But every dream worth chasing lies beyond familiar ground, and every breakthrough happens where comfort can't be found. One more step than they expected, one more hour than before, one more time refusing to walk away from the door. Oh, that's where greatness starts, in ordinary days, when somebody chooses effort instead of taking easier ways. The eagle doesn't ask permission before it meets the sky. The ocean doesn't stop expanding because someone drew a line. And maybe we're no different, maybe we're meant to rise beyond the labels people place, beyond imagined heights. Because the world changes through people who dare to exceed what others thought was possible, and what they thought they'd need. Not for applause, not for pride, not to prove somebody wrong, but because growth is calling them to become something strong. Honestly, the greatest limits are often in the mind, built from old expectations we've accepted over time. But once you break through one of them, a whole new world appears, and suddenly the impossible looks smaller than your fears. So don't aim just to satisfy the standards set for you. Oh, aim to become the person only you can become, through hard work, courage, persistence, through the storm, a willingness to keep evolving long after others conform. Because history remembers people who went beyond the line, the ones who looked at expectations and said, "Thank you for the starting point. Now watch me go further."
I used to stare at every word, replay conversations heard, looking for what I missed before, till simple things felt hard once more. A tiny doubt became a storm, a quiet thought grew sharp as thorns. The more I tried to understand, the less I felt I truly can. Maybe some things fall apart when and held too tightly by the heart. Everything I think about too long starts to feel a little wrong. Simple truths begin to fade under all the noise I make. Maybe not everything needs a reason. Maybe some things just need breathing. I've overthought love into fear, turned hope into what ifs for years. Tried to solve every unknown till I no longer felt at home. But rivers never question flow, and flowers never force their growth. The world keeps moving quietly without explaining everything. The mind can build 1,000 walls from thoughts that once were small. Everything becomes too heavy when I carry every possibility. The more I chase complete control, the more I lose my soul. Maybe peace begins somewhere beyond the need to always care. What if clarity comes slow? Not through thinking but letting go. Not every answer must be found. Not every silence needs a sound. Because life was never meant to fit inside the head completely. So I'll stop pulling every thread till the whole thing comes undone. Instead, I'll let the moment simply be, without dissecting every feeling. And maybe freedom starts the day we let some questions drift away. The night grew quiet in my room. No more chasing every truth. And somewhere in the silence, I finally breathe.
There comes a quiet moment when everything stands still. A crossroads in the darkness, a test of heart and will. No trumpet sounds around you, no spotlight fills the sky. Just a choice that waits in silence and asks you who you'll be tonight. Most people think that destiny is written somewhere far, hidden in the stars above them, beyond where they are. But destiny is not a mystery or something left to chance. Oh, it begins the very moment you decide to take a stance. Your destiny is shaped the moment you decide, the second you choose courage instead of fear inside. One decision can change a life, one choice can change a year. One step can build a future that once seemed nowhere near. I remember standing frozen with a dream inside my hands, knowing that my whole tomorrow depended on one chance. I could stay where it was safe, keep walking the familiar road, or risk becoming something more and carry a heavier load. The fear was loud, the doubt was real, future wasn't clear, but something deep within me said, your answer starts right here. Not next week, not someday, not when conditions are right. The life you want is waiting on the choice you make tonight. Because every great adventure begins with a decision made. Every mountain never climbed started with a step toward the unknown way. A ship doesn't discover oceans by remaining at the shore. A dream never becomes reality action. Honestly, the hardest thing is not the work ahead. It's making the commitment and trusting where you let it. Saying I will try when failure might appear. Saying I will continue even when the path isn't clear. That's where lives are changed. That's where futures start. Not in comfort or convenience, but in a determined heart. A heart that says I'll do it. A heart that says I'll grow. A heart that chooses purpose even when it doesn't know exactly how things will unfold or where the road may bend. Because faith isn't seeing everything, it's deciding to begin. So when your moment comes, don't wait for certainty to arrive. Don't ask permission from the world to chase the life inside. Take the step, make the choice. Trust the fire in your soul. Because destiny is not created someday. It is created in the moment you decide.
I spent years inside my head, building castles never lived in yet, dreaming wide but standing still, waiting for the perfect will. But life kept moving without me, like rivers flowing to the sea. And slowly I began to learn the soul was never made to wait its turn. A thought alone can't shape the sky. It needs hands willing to try. To be is to do, to move, to break through. Not just speak about the fire, but walk into desire. 'Cause a life untouched by action fades into imagination. Every road that changed my name started with uncertain steps in rain. No guarantees beneath my feet, just the courage to believe. And every scar I carry now came from saying yes somehow. Not perfect, not without fear, but alive because I dared. The heart discovers who it is only through the risks it lives. To be is more than breathing air. It's loving deeply, showing care. It's trying even when you fail. It's leaving traces on the trail. Because existence without motion becomes a slow erosion. What if purpose isn't found in endless thinking all around? What if meaning only grows when we step into the unknown? Because identity is not a thing we keep. It's something built through what we do repeatedly. So I'll stop waiting to become and start becoming as I run through every fall and every bruise, through every dream I choose. Because the truest life I know is the one brave enough to go. The night is wide, the road unclear, but I was never made to disappear. So I'll move and call that living.
Everybody loves you when the lights are on, when your words sound perfect, when nothing has gone wrong. Everybody cheers louder when you're winning the race, when confidence is written clearly on your face. But the truth about loyalty doesn't live in easy days. It reveals itself quietly when everything breaks. A real friend stays beside you, even when you fall apart, even when you're wrong sometimes and drowning in the dark. Because standing with perfection is easy for anyone, but staying through the mess, that's where true love comes from. I remember nights I ruined conversations with my pride, moments I was difficult, trying to hide what hurt inside. And some people disappear quickly the moment things got hard, but if you stay close enough to see beyond the scars, not excusing all my failures, not pretending I was right, but refusing to abandon me in the middle of the fight. That kind of love changes you more than praise ever could, because being fully seen and still accepted feels too good. Everybody celebrates you when the world agrees, but true friendship is revealed when life drops to your knees. When you're embarrassed, when you lose your way, when you become hard to handle, and someone still stays. Not because they love your mistakes, not because they're blind, but because they see your heart beyond one broken night. A real friend tells the truth, even when it stings, but never makes you feel like you're beyond redeeming. They don't disappear quietly at the first imperfect scene, because they understand being human means becoming messy in between. And honestly, we all need someone who can hold both things at once, someone who sees the flaws clearly but still remembers who we are underneath it all. Because life will humble everybody sooner or later, somehow. And one day you'll need somebody who won't leave you there alone and bowed down. The strongest friendships aren't built on endless perfect days. They're built through forgiveness, through surviving harder waves, through arguments and healing, through truth that doesn't run, through choosing each other again after damage has been done. A real friend stays beside you, not only when you shine, but when shame fills the silence and you can't look them in the eyes. That kind of loyalty feels almost holy somehow, because it says I see your worst and I'm still here right now. Everybody loves the winner, everybody claps for right, but true friendship reveals itself in the middle of the night. When you're broken, when you're human, when you've lost your way, if I become that person for somebody else someday, then maybe that's the deepest kind of love a human heart can give away.